All right, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy and Chief David Reimer. It is Friday, the 15th of March, 2024, coming up to about 4:04 p.m. Across the state of Texas this afternoon, we already have had several severe thunderstorms across portions of the northern coastal plains, southern Brazos Valley, into southeast Texas. The most robust of these storms have produced golf ball size hail, and the threat for hail could increase as the day goes on, but we'll talk about that here in just a minute. Let's go ahead and talk about the fact we've had some rain in the Panhandle. That's good news. No severe storms up there. We've had some rain in North Texas, Northeast Texas, and the Arklatex. Nothing severe going on up there. Otherwise, it's been a pretty cloudy day across the northern two-thirds of Texas. You can see that on the satellite imagery. Low-level stratus holding tough.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles east-southeast of Sour Lake in Hardin County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 0.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, public reports 0.75-inch hail. Texas local storm report from 3 miles west-southwest of Hallettsville in Lavaca County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public.
All right, so you can hear a couple of the hail reports there. We'll go ahead and zoom on into the area of interest thus far. Now, we do have ongoing thunderstorms. We had one in eastern San Antonio Metro, Bexar County a bit earlier. Most of the storms now concentrated in the northern coastal plains into southeast Texas, approaching the western sides of the Houston Metro. And some of these storms do have a history of producing golf ball size hail at least. So, be clear, there are no tornado warnings right now. The tornado threat today, like yesterday, is very low. Hail is going to be the biggest issue by far once again today, and we are going to be concentrated on the Interstate 10 corridor. We'll talk more about what's going on in just a second. Let's take a look at what we have going on in terms of the severe weather outlooks for today and tonight. Y'all are wondering what is going to be going on. Well, here's the latest Storm Prediction Center severe weather outlook for this afternoon, this evening, into tonight and early Saturday morning. This was updated literally about an hour ago from the Storm Prediction Center. Those of you wondering, hey, is it going to storm in Austin, San Antonio? The answer is yes, but it is going to be late tonight. And do not let the time of night fool you. Those storms are going to have enough oomph to throw out softball-size hail in spots. Understand, we've been fortunate so far in the fact we've had golf ball to 2-inch diameter size hail with the storms in southeast Texas. Understand, just like yesterday, the atmosphere, it is like a summer jet fuel activity going on down there. There is more than enough fuel to support big-time size hail. So again, the potential for scattered severe thunderstorms through the evening. Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, Beaumont, Houston, Galveston, west into the southern Brazos Valley, coastal plains, down to the coastal bend perhaps late tonight into early Saturday, all the way down into the Rio Grande Plains from near Zapata to Laredo. But we also note the potential for several to numerous intense severe thunderstorms later this evening, tonight into early Saturday. The Edwards Plateau, the Hill Country, South Central Texas, Del Rio to, now here, I'm just going to pull up my map so I can tell you exactly. Del Rio to Rock Springs to Kerrville to Blanco to San Marcos, all the way down to George West to Laredo, including Eagle Pass, the entire San Antonio Metro, etc. Several to numerous severe storms possible this evening, tonight, Saturday morning. The most intense storms could produce baseball to softball size hail. And understand, we may have had a 5.5-inch diameter size hailstone with the storms in Denton County yesterday. We could see the same thing tonight. Understand, we're going to have jet fuel galore for these storms. So don't let the fact it's quiet now fool you into a false sense of security that, hey, there's not going to be storms late tonight. Those of you who live in the southern portions of Texas know we can keep storms with, big hail going all night. We could be doing this at 2, 3 in the morning, and we're going to be here for it, mind you. This coverage, we're probably going to be here for the remainder of the day into tonight, and I just realized it is quite dark. There, you got to see the bald spot. So we'll turn a light on at least. Let me clean this up. And by the way, in case you're wondering about tomorrow, guess what? The threat's not over. Isolated to scattered severe thunderstorms will be possible tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night into Sunday morning. South central Texas, the Edwards Plateau, the coastal plains, southeast Texas to the coastal bend. And again, that means the potential for some storms to produce golf ball to baseball size hail tomorrow night. We could also see both late tonight and tomorrow night clusters of storms organized, which would increase the threat for damaging straight line winds, and those storms would move southeast towards Corpus Christi. All right, we'll take a look at the timeline for storms here in a bit. Let's take a look at what we have going on right now, and that's going to be specifically and mostly around the Houston metro. You can see we do have scattered severe thunderstorms, the most intense of these producing golf ball size hail. We had a particularly nasty supercell northwest of Sealy drop tennis ball size hail about an hour ago, damaging straight line winds. That storm has weakened as it approaches the city of Katy, but we have a nasty looking supercell that is set up over portions of Sugar Land, Missouri City, the first colony, and that storm is moving northeast towards Bel Air, Brookside Village, Missouri City, and the southwestern portions of the Houston metro. And again, this is a nasty looking thunderstorm, the potential for at least golf ball size hail with it. We'll switch to the higher resolution radar. And here you go. You can see that thunderstorm moving northeast. Oh, well, that was an interesting effect. Let's not do that again. Moving northeast at about 25 miles per hour. We'll put a storm track on it, try to get you some times. So again, this is going to be crossing over the southwest. I don't think that's a southwest loop. I'm not as familiar with the Houston metro as I am areas farther north. Sorry. This is going to be crossing over Loop 8, southwest side of Houston, Missouri City, Meadows Place. Hail core by 4:20 to 4:30, riding up Highway 90 towards the southwest loop, Bel Air. That's going to be Highway 288 and Interstate 610. I believe. If not, well, that's okay. You can yell at me. Southwest side of Houston at about 4:30 to 4:40. This is going to be crossing over Interstate 45 in the southeast loop at about 4:45 to 4:55. Pasadena about 5 p.m. So southern sides of Houston, this is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing South Loop 610. Thank you, Anna. The possibility of golf ball size hail as it moves northeast. Hopefully it'll weaken a bit as it continues to do so. We'll switch over to a terminal Doppler weather radar. It gives us a higher resolution look. The radar beam isn't as strong, so it can't see through heavy rain and hail as efficiently, so the storms look weaker, but it's very good at detecting low-level wind shear, which is good for us.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hardin, Jefferson, and Orange County in Texas.
All right, so we'll take a look at that in a minute. So we don't have any strong low-level wind shear. All right, we've got a severe thunderstorm, and again, that storm moving northeast into Harris County, the Houston metro, over the next 30 minutes up to golf ball size hail. Let's go ahead and take a look at these storms around Beaumont. We've got a thunderstorm capable of producing at least quarter-size hail near Sour Lake. That's going to be moving northeast towards Lumberton, Rose Hill Acres, Bevel Oaks, Silsbee. Staying north of the city of Beaumont, this storm could have at least quarter-size hail, and it is moving east-northeast at about, let's see, what do they got it at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. So again, quarter to perhaps golf ball size hail, localized damaging winds of 60 miles an hour. No indications of low-level rotation at this point, and again, the overall tornado threat is very low this evening. Not zero, but low. And for those of you wondering, why does David Reimer have 10 monitors? Well, here's why, because we need to keep track of storms. For what it's worth, Belleville, which is up here, that got hit by a supercell a bit earlier, they've got a lot of damage. Looks like baseball-size hail was reported now, and we had winds of 60 to 70, wind-driven hail. We got reports of windows broken, we got trees down, we got all sorts of mess going on from this storm earlier. That storm is approaching Katy, but has weakened considerably over the last 30 to 40 minutes, fortunately reducing that hail threat. But again, the threat for storms to invade the Houston metro and result in a very unpleasant evening rush hour is increasing, and some of these storms will be producing large hail. All right. Now, quickly, let's take a look out west. Again, San Antonio, it's clear for now. We're going to have storms later, and we're going to look at the timeline in a minute. Along the Edwards Plateau, the international border, we do have some severe thunderstorms west of the international border in Mexico. Those are off the higher terrain. Those are mostly terrain-driven. This storm that tried to approach Eagle Pass has failed and has weakened, which is good because that would have had a pretty good amount of hail with it. All right, here's what we're going to do now. We are going to switch. I want to take a look at the timeline for tonight into tomorrow morning. So we're going to switch graphic sets here. I'm going to fix that. We're going to press some buttons. And we're going to look at the high resolution, rapid refresh, super de-duper awesome blossom radar data. So let's do
Texas
that.
local storm report from 2 miles south-southwest of Sugar Land in Fort Bend County, Texas. Hail magnitude measured 1.00 inch. Reported by emergency manager.
Okay, so that was a report of quarter-size hail in Sugar Land in the last few minutes. That makes sense. All right, so quickly, I'm going to load the data. Give me just a second. This takes just a minute to load, and we'll take a look at the timeline for tonight. And again, we're going to be here all evening. If you're watching this on X, Twitch, the Texas Weather Center YouTube, the Texas Storm Chasers website, and the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, we're going to be here all evening. Stream's going to be up all evening. We'll be taking some occasional breaks, but we'll have music going. We'll have the real-time radar audio alerts going, but we're going to be here. All right, let's take a look at the timeline for this evening into tonight. This is what the high-res rapid refresh model thinks we're going to have going on at 6 p.m. Makes sense for southeast Texas, the scattered thunderstorms, some of which will be producing hail. Model thinks we're going to have a couple of supercells near the international border in the Edwards Plateau, which does make sense given the radar west of the international border now. We'll have to see if those storms are able to actually make it into Texas, and they will at some point, most likely, but it may take a while. All right, as we go into the evening, here's 8 o'clock. You can see mostly nasty-looking severe storms in the Edwards Plateau, that one north of Laredo. Now, don't get hung up on exactly where this shows those specific supercell thunderstorms, because this model isn't accurate enough to do that in great detail, but understand we're probably going to have the usual Del Rio to Eagle Pass to Laredo. Someone down there is going to have a nasty storm with big hail this evening, tonight. You could see as we continue to 11 o'clock, we actually see an increase in thunderstorms across portions of South Texas, the Hill Country, the Edwards Plateau, and I mean, if this model is right, we may actually luck out and not have issues in San Antonio tonight. It's not a guarantee. Now, notice that this model does have thunderstorms in parts of the Permian Basin, West Texas, the Concho Valley, the Hill Country, near sunrise tomorrow morning. That's going to occur as upper-level lift increases, and we see thunderstorms and showers become more numerous again. Much of that is not going to be severe in terms of damaging winds and hail. Lightning, yes. Small hail, yes. But the highest threat for hail, storms with strong wind gusts.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Edwards and Kinney County in Texas.
Will be across the Edwards Plateau, south-central Texas, down into South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains, approaching the coastal bend, and South Texas, Del Rio to San Antonio to Victoria, down through the coast, Corpus Christi, areas probably north of Brownsville, McAllen. So Laredo, you may have issues later this evening, tonight. Corpus Christi, you might have some issues tomorrow morning. Del Rio, Eagle Pass, we're going to have to keep an eye out all evening. San Antonio, hopefully the hailers stay to your south, but we'll keep an eye out. Same thing for Victoria. And again, that is for late tonight and tomorrow morning. You can see we expect activity across southeast Texas to diminish later this evening, bringing the chance for severe storms further to the west, where we'll be keeping a close eye out. All right, what about tomorrow? Well, let's take a gander. And again, give me just a second to load data. And this is going to be a slightly earlier run of the high-resolution rapid refresh model because I want to take a look out longer in range. So I'm going to let this data load. And you can see here at 9 a.m., this is what the HER thinks it's going to look like tomorrow morning. I'm letting the data load real quick, and then we'll...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Fort Bend and Harris County in Texas.
All right, we'll take a look at that in just a minute. That's the storm near Sugarland with hail. All right, so let's take a look at what the model thinks for tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to have more showers and a few thunderstorms. North Texas, Big Country, Permian Basin, Northwest Texas, Texoma. And those will be moving northeast. But take a look at this model. If it's right, northern half of Texas, severe storms? No. Maybe some small hail at times? Yes. As we get into tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening, another cluster of more rowdy thunderstorms across the Edwards Plateau, Hill Country, South Central Texas. Those would move towards the coastal plains, the Victoria region, down to the coastal bend, Corpus Christi. And we'll have to keep an eye out for storms farther south into the Rio Grande Plains, South Texas as well. So again, this is because we have an upper-level storm system sitting its happy self over the southwestern United States.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Colorado County in Texas.
And again, with this that upper-level storm system sitting out there, it's currently blocked from going northeast, a blocking pattern aloft, which is allowing it to send little pieces of upper-level lift over our state about every 12 hours, which is why we're dealing with these multiple opportunities for showers and thunderstorms, and that'll continue into Sunday, and then on Monday it'll mostly be in New Mexico, the Permian Basin, the Big Bend, Southwest Texas, but we'll probably get a little more active again towards the middle and latter part of next week. So let's take a look at what new warnings we have now. And again, no tornado warnings. The tornado threat for today is going to be very low, but what we do have is a relatively unhappy severe thunderstorm currently over Missouri City, moving northeast into southwestern portions of Houston, Bel Air, southwestern Harris County. This thunderstorm moving northeast at 20 miles per hour. The potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail, strong wind gust, heavy rainfall, quite a bit of cloud to ground lightning. In fact, I'll try to load a loop just to give you an idea of the motion on this over the last several minutes. Again, so you can see the storm over the last several minutes moving northeast over Missouri City, quarter to ping pong ball size hail. As it continues moving northeast, we'll see the potential for that hail to enter the southern portions of the Houston area.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Hardin County in Texas.
Just had a report of ping pong ball size hail in the community of Stafford, northeast of First Colony near Missouri City. So again, this thunderstorm is producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail. It is moving northeast into southern and western Harris County, and these storms moving towards the inner loop, currently crossing over the outer loop. Missouri City moving towards the southwestern inner loop in Harris County. Those of you in the city of Houston, especially along and south of Interstate 10, are not going to want to be out and about and stuck in traffic when this moves overhead, so you might want to delay your drive home. But again, this storm moving from Missouri City currently with quarter to ping pong ball size hail up towards Bel Air, the inner loop, south sides of Houston, eventually towards South Houston, eventually could approach Pasadena, Hobby Airport, etc. So keep an eye on that. We've got this thunderstorm that is out west of Beaumont. Now take a look at this. This is a little interesting. Little interesting indeed. I want you to look at the motion of this. I'm going to show it. Notice how right about here we have a splitting supercell. That is going to actually result in the threat for a severe thunderstorm to increase now for the city of Beaumont. We have a right turning supercell after a split. When these split, the left split tends to go more north, the right split tends to go more south, and that means the threat for a severe thunderstorm with hail, damaging winds, is increasing for the city of Beaumont. I'm getting my radar set up to take a look. So, just north of China to Bevel Oaks, east of Sour Lake now, the potential for nickel to ping-pong ball size hail. That thunderstorm is going to be moving due east now, pretty much right along Highway 105, moving towards the city of Beaumont, Vidor, Rose Hill Acres, Bevel Oaks. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with this. Once it's past Beaumont, if it continues on its happy self, it'll move over Vidor, right along Interstate 10, towards the city of Orange. So again, the potential for hail with that. The northern split is going to be going more north. It's going to go north of Lumberton, even though it's raining in Lumberton. The potential for hail south of Village Mills. A little bit of hail crossing over Highway 69. So we're going to be dealing with plenty of activity this afternoon. I'll switch back over to the statewide view. You can see with the satellite data, with the warnings over the last few hours. Sorry, I thought I was going to have to sneeze. We've got thunderstorms galore. And again, the strongest storms going to be capable of producing quarter to ping pong ball size hail, the potential for damaging straight line winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour, the potential for very heavy rainfall that could cause localized flooding, especially in urban areas, and the potential for a lot of cloud to ground lightning. All right, so it's coming up to 4:25. What we're going to do now is we're going to switch over to our observation feed, and we are going to take a quick 10-minute break. So we'll be back by 4:35 or sooner. We're not going anywhere. Feeds are going to stay up. You're just going to get to listen to a little bit of music, a little bit of the warning feed. I'm going to take a look at some things, and we'll be right back.
To help with coverage if you'd like me to do that. I am ready.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. It is 4:35 on Friday, the 15th of March, 2024. We got hailers. We're going to go from east to west. We'll talk about what's going on right now. We'll take a look at what we're expecting for tonight and into tomorrow. But we're going to start with this thunderstorm northwest of Beaumont. This is a thunderstorm that is moving more to the east now than northeast. This thunderstorm is showing an uptick now in the potential for hail. Radar estimates tennis ball size hail. Usually you can cut those estimates in half. Usually. So probably golf ball size hail, give or take, near Bevel Oaks up to Rose Hill Acres in the next several minutes. This thunderstorm is moving almost due east right now. It may be moving a little more right of motion than this little storm track has it. Either way, this should probably... It's going to move over the northern areas of Beaumont, I think. But it should stay north of China. But could be a threat to Pine Forest, Vidor, Morrisville, and eventually, if it were to continue, the city of Orange. But for now, this thunderstorm is a hailer for sure. And again, the potential for at least golf ball-sized hail with this thunderstorm as it moves east towards Beaumont, Rose Hill Acres. Hail core staying south of Lumberton, Pine Forest, eventually the northern sides of the city of Beaumont, and Rose Hill Acres. All right. Sorry, I'm just looking at data. It's what I do. All right, let's go back further west. Let's go into the Houston metro. We got a hailer moving across southern portions of the city of Houston, southern Harris County. This thing's starting to show increasing indications of larger hail again. The potential now for golf ball size hail. The inner south loop coming up on Highway 288, so south sides of the city of Houston. Passing just north of Brookside Village. Storm itself is moving northeasterly, so it is going to be moving probably into the core portions of Houston. Eventually thereafter, it's going to make it over to Galena Park, Pasadena, South Houston, passing near or probably a bit north, barely, of the Hobby Airport. Eventually, this is going to be moving towards Cloverleaf, Channelview, Deer Park, McNair, Sheldon, Barrett, Lynchburg, Beaumont Place. And this storm moving northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. I'll put a storm track on it. Give you all a bit of timing. And again, quarter to golf ball size hail. Pretty good bet with this storm. It'll be crossing over the inner loop and Interstate 45, southeast sides of Houston, around 4:50. Galena Park, 5 o'clock to 5:10. Channelview, 5:15 to 5:25. If it impacts Pasadena, especially the north sides closer to Interstate 10, about 5 o'clock to 5:05, crossing over Loop 8 around Interstate 10, about 5:10 to 5:20. If it continues, Highlands at about 5:25 to 5:35, Barrett about 5:30 to 5:40, and eventually, if it continues, portions of the city of Baytown up to Mont Bellevue around 5:30 to 5:45. And again, this thunderstorm, the potential for golf ball size hail. All right, further west, let's take a look at which radar's closer? I don't know. And again, we also, not severe, but we have some heavy storms all the way from Spring to Katy to Rosenberg, all the way down to Wharton. These storms are also moving east-northeast. They have heavy rain, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. The potential for small hail. Can't rule out them intensifying, trying to become severe with maybe quarter-size hail, pocket change-size hail. But for now, a lot of heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Not big, scary hail issues. Further west, we have a severe thunderstorm. This one is going to be near Sheridan to Rock Island, mostly south of there, honestly, based on what the hail collar is located, south of Highway 90, moving northeast towards, I just got it moving more east. Yeah, this one is moving more easterly. Some of these are exhibiting deviant motion off to the right. The storm moving towards Highway 71, towards Garwood, Nada, New Taton, north of El Campo. And again, that storm could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail. Back into south central Texas. Nothing going on around San Antonio right now. That's good news. Back on the international border, we do have some hailers now in proximity of Del Rio. We've got one storm west of Camp Wood. The allergies are attacking me now. That's unfortunate. Thank you for the report, Chris. Golf ball size hail near Shiner. Alright, so this thunderstorm, we've got a hailer about 20 miles north of Brackettville. That eventually, if it continues, may approach Camp Wood and Highway 55. We got a storm right now on the international border. That is south.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lavaca County in Texas.
A storm potentially with quarter-size hail about 10 to 15 miles southeast of Del Rio. That'll be crossing over 277 shortly. That one is trying to make its way towards Laughlin Air Force Base and Brackettville. That could have some hail. And then we've got a storm about 15 miles west-southwest of Eagle Pass. That is generally trying to make its way off to the east. That, if it makes it across the river, could be a bit of a hail threat for Eagle Pass and points south. All right, back to out here. Again, severe storm east of Hollettsville, southwest of Eagle Lake. Sorry, I'm looking at data. When we have so many storms, I usually have to stop for a minute and just try to maintain some semblance of situational awareness. So again, this storm east of Hollettsville, moving east at about 20-25 miles an hour. It'll cross over Highway 71 between Eagle Lake and El Campo, generally towards Garwood and Nada. These storms from near El Campo, up Highway 59 through Warden, Kendleton, Beasley to Rosenberg, all the way up to Katy in Spring are not severe, but they could have some nickel-size hail, heavy rain, strong winds. This thunderstorm over the south sides of Houston is severe. The potential for golf ball-size hail with this, as the hail core is intensifying. That thing is dropping probably quite a bit of hail right now. A product I can look to see is differential reflectivity. That's interesting. That's not up. So again, this storm moving northeast. Let me load a product, ZDR. Okay, I don't know why it looks like that. Whatever. So again, inner loop approaching Interstate 45, southeast sides of...
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kinney and Valverde County in Texas.
Okay, that was the storms near Del Rio. The potential for this storm to continue with hail, Galena Park, about 5 o'clock. Cloverleaf, about 5:10. Channelview, about 5:15. That includes Interstate 10. North of Deer Park. North sides of Pasadena, the next 15 minutes. Eventually, if it continues, Mont Belvieu, around 5:40 to 5:45. Barrett, about 5:30. So again, east sides of Houston, you're up next for this, as this storm continues to move towards Galena Park, Channelview, Highlands, Mont Belvieu over the next hour at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. The potential for hail up to the size of golf balls with that. Okay, continuing further east, a severe thunderstorm northwest of Beaumont, now east of Bevel Oaks, Rose Hill Acres. You're getting it right now, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail, with this thunderstorm moving east at about 15 to 20 miles per hour. Worst of the hail likely going to stay north of Beaumont. Pine Forest, you're going to be under the gun by about 5:15 p.m. Vidor, if this doesn't stay north of you, about 5:15 to 5:20. Morrisville, this could be an issue around 5:45 to 6 p.m. And for everyone asking about the mic, yeah, this morning, it wasn't a mic issue, it was a rendering issue with the video client I use. I don't know what caused that. That was a very weird codec issue, but my voice wasn't in good shape this morning regardless. I kind of sounded like a robot before the audio compression issue, and then obviously I turned into a robot. So, I mean, it's Friday. At least, I mean, if we're going to make ourselves sound like a fool, at least we do it on Fridays. So again, we're going to be talking about the most intense storms this evening. As always, you can get your local interactive weather radar. Let me try that again. I'm clearly have the focus of a squirrel at this point. You can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage, and more by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just go search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download your device's apps, or you can type in texasweather.app into a web browser. It'll take you to the download page for your device. And of course, you can visit us on the web at texasstormchasers.com/radar for the high-res rapid updating radar. All right, let's take a look at what we're expecting today, tonight. We're going to press some buttons. I got to load the data real quick. And I'll let that data load. Thank you, Alyssa. So we'll let this play out now. And again, you can see we're going to have storms this evening, tonight, into early Saturday morning. The Rio Grande Plains, the Edwards Plateau, deep South Texas, the Coastal Bend. Some of those are going to have hail. Big hail. Notice if this is right, and it's a big if, San Antonio may stay clear, which would be good news for y'all. Southeast Texas, we're going to clear up after about 8 to 9 p.m., it looks like. And we're going to have scattered showers and storms increase tomorrow morning across West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Concho Valley. That'll all move northeast into parts of the Panhandle, the Big Country, Northwest Texas, North Texas, Central Texas, later tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon. That activity will not be severe. In terms of the severe weather outlook for tomorrow, here you go. This is for Saturday afternoon into Saturday night, Sunday morning. Isolated to scattered severe thunderstorms, mainly with hail and strong winds, are going to be possible again. Edwards Plateau, Rio Grande Plains, Coastal Bend, the Coastal Plains, South Central Texas into Southeast Texas. Centrally highest chance from Del Rio to Laredo on the international border, including Eagle Pass, east through San Antonio, Georgia West, Corpus Christi, Victoria to the Houston Metro, kind of like today. So again, let's go back to this storm in the city of Houston. And this storm is approaching NRG Stadium, where apparently we have the rodeo going on. Those of you, folks around NRG Stadium, a little late now, but you better be under some shelter because it's about to hail quite a bit. The storm probably dropping quarter to golf ball size hail now as it approaches the inner loop on the southeast side of town and Interstate 45, the potential for quarter to golf ball size hail with that storm as it continues to move northeast at about 20 to 25 miles an hour. Hey, it would help if I were showing you. We'll see If Jason was paying attention, he's going to call me out on here in a second. So again, here's what the radar looks like again. Hail core now, Interstate 45, the inner loop, Interstate 610, southeast side of Houston, moving towards Galena Park, NRG Stadium, where we've got the rodeo, Pasadena, Channelview, Highlands, Mont Bellevue, north sides of Deer Park. This storm moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. And again, we've got other storms moving east into the city of Houston, the entire Houston metro. It's not going to be a fun evening rush hour. I mean, it already is the evening rush hour, but it's not going to get better. So again, heavy rain, small hail with these other storms. Can't rule them out, trying to become a little more rambunctious. But again, we've got other storms as well. One north of Belmont, one east of Hollettsville, southwest of Eagle Lake. And we've got another couple of storms out here. This one, for example, near Del Rio. All right, apparently I need to go take allergy medicine. So what we're going to do is we're going to let the radar loop. We're going to go back to the fancy, super duper pleasant music, and we'll let the warning feed continue to scroll and play audibly. Let's plan on being back at, let's do 5:10. And of course, we'll be back sooner if necessary. So with that, we'll talk to you all again in a few minutes. We'll keep an eye on things here at the Texas Storm Chasers.
Oh, now my mic is on. It's Jason Cooley here with Texas Storm Chasers. All right, I think we're doing a little better here. Hopefully, it's not coming through. There we go. All right, we're testing a couple things to where we could switch it over to coverage from myself here, so just bear with us. We're using somewhat of a lower threat day to kind of test out things, efficacy of the stream, and handing it over to myself. Also relaying this over to our TikTok now on Texas Storm Chasers. But again, for those that missed me while I was muted because I'm silly and it's a full Friday apparently, I'm Jason Cooley with Texas Storm Chasers, going to take over for a little bit while Buddy and Chief has a little downtime to check out other data. He'll be back shortly though, just kind of doing a little character relief, I guess, so to speak. Again, lower risk day, so we're just kind of playing around with ideas, experimenting, switching the coverage over to myself. All right, so let's see here. We have hello there on Facebook. Might hear my son in the background a little bit. He's pretty excited. Oh, yeah, it's okay. Houston, we have a severe thunderstorm on the southeast side of the metro, just north of Pasadena and Galena Park. You're probably... Oh, good. My live stream ended there. Just a second. Just 1 second. There we go. All right, so this hail core coming down a little bit here on the east side of Galena Park.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazoria, Fort Bend, and Wharton County in Texas.
Here on the east side of Houston. All right, so I get a little bit of a latency listening in on the news alerts, unfortunately.
Texas local storm report from Laughlin AFB in Val Verde County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch.
Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, just talked over that hail report, unfortunately, just because of the latency. But we have a hail core now on the just northeast of the international border, just east of Del Rio, Texas, and west of Brackettville. All right, so this scary, spooky-looking storm is apparently north of that boundary, so it should be on the cool side of the boundary there, southwest of Camp Wood. But this storm is going to be moving due east pretty slowly, about 15 miles per hour. Not a whole lot going out here in that Edwards Plateau, but this storm's probably going to have a little bit of hail coming toward this highway just south of Camp Wood, Texas. So we're going to go ahead and do a little Q&A. Now this Camp Wood, that highway out of Camp Wood, let's see, Camp Wood, Texas. So this hail core is going to be threatening in on Texas Route 55, some canyon area here, hilly terrain on the edge of the Edwards Plateau. But this hail core is going to be coming right toward Texas Route 55 here within the next 30 to 45 minutes. So, yeah. About half an hour would avoid travel there on the Route 55, especially with no services around there in the area due to that terrain, pretty sparsely populated area. So we'll go ahead and switch it over to a little Q&A area. A little Q&A. My son's here watching television next to me, so and he just started coughing. Are you okay? Again, it's Friday. We're just experimenting with some stuff now. In real deal, like tornadic situations, we're not gonna experiment like this. We're gonna be certainly locking me away in a room. If I were to take over with live weather coverage, I would have to lock myself in a room away from all distractions. And but a little situation like this, you know, it's gonna be okay. We got 4 severe thunderstorm warnings as of 5:05. Let's see, 4 in Texas at least. We have another in Georgia, but we have 4 severe thunderstorm warnings as of 5:06 p.m. in the state of Texas. That storm that I just mentioned went severe warned. So again, south of Camp Wood there. That has been warned for quite an impressive uptick in that hail core, but it's north of the boundary. Might have left that thought unfinished, but when it's north of the boundary on the cool side of the front, that tornado potential is going to be next to 0. So cool air undercutting the updrafts. All right, just chewing up a little time here. Houston, Texas. We'll go back to Houston, Texas now. So it looks like the stadium might have had some hail as it passed over near Interstate 610 in that stadium. That little hail core now going to entrench on Interstate 10, well on the east side of the Houston metropolitan area. That hail core is going to be coming over the Interstate 10, rush hour times, but that's going to be out near Cloverleaf, Channelview, and Highlands. It's going to be encroaching on Interstate 10 near the Grand Parkway and Texas Route 146. So that's coming your way just north of Baytown. You're going to be Interstate 10 just north of Baytown. You're going to be in this hail core probably in the next 20 minutes or so. So if you're in this area, you're going to probably have some hail. The very center point of this track here probably going to have the largest hail, but hail cores come down since it's moved over the stadium. Over the last 5 radar scan images, we have seen quite a downtrend in that hail core. And the kiddo wants to feed the cats. So all right, you could take it back, David. We could go to the radar stream if you want, or you could take it back fully. Yeah, we're just experimenting here, so appreciate your patience. We're going to lock me away tight if I need to do this during a tornado day, that's for sure. So, all right, guys, back to you, David Reimer, Balding Chief.
Why, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to meteorologist Jason Cooley for allowing me a bit of a break. Now, in case you're wondering, yes, we have lives outside of the weather. And yes, that means family. And family comes first. So, all right, let's get back to it. We're watching a couple different regions for severe thunderstorm potential this afternoon. One ongoing north of Beaumont now. It's past and east of Rose Hill Acres, east of Highway 69 now over Vidor to Pine Forest. That towards Morrisville, eventually towards the city of Barnes, moving east. In fact, I'll just show you right there. This storm moving east, the potential for nickel to quarter-size hail. And thank you for the layout suggestion, by the way. We will actually enact that here for larger screen. Let's do this. Or not. Oh, no. I realized what I did. Sorry. I gotta switch back modes on this. So when I press buttons, they actually enact without me having to press them twice. There you go. All right, larger screen there. So again, one severe thunderstorm now northeast of Beaumont, east of Highway 69, moving east towards Morrisville, Deweyville, Malcolm in the Middle. I want to watch Malcolm in the Middle. Anyway. East towards Morrisville, towards Orange, staying north of Needville and Bridge City. The potential for nickel to quarter size hail. Localized winds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. And generally, that storm is in a weakening phase. It shot out an outflow boundary, which is helping to spark off additional thunderstorm activity. Back west over southeast Houston, good news. That storm is donezo. Bye-bye. Hail core, gone. So this severe thunderstorm warning will be allowed to be, well, will probably be gone soon, since the thunderstorm that moved over the southeast sides of Houston, over the rodeo, is weakening and moving east. So that's good news. Heavy rain continues across a majority of southeast Texas, especially the Houston metro, down Highway 59 through Needville, Warren, El Campo. Now, we're going to pause this because I'm seeing a signature with this Needville storm that I want to take a closer look at. So give me just a moment. We'll switch radar sources here. Now we're using a terminal Doppler weather radar. I'll switch back to the next rad real quick so you can see. The TDWRs have a weaker radar beam, so looking through precipitation, not as efficient when we're dealing with hail, but it's extremely good with low-level wind shear detection. And the reason I mention that as we switch back over to the terminal Doppler weather radar is we're seeing a pretty good surge of wind right now out of this storm near Needville, about 30 to 40 to 50 to 60 miles per hour. Storm itself is exhibiting supercellular characteristics. As it moves to the east, maybe east-southeast now, at about 20 to 25 miles an hour, the potential for quarter to ping pong ball size hail shortly in Needville on Highway 36. This thunderstorm again moving east-southeast at approximately 20 to 25 miles an hour. If you're wondering about storms in your proximity or just across the state, or your local weather forecast as we go through the weekend and early next week, you can look no further than the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download your device's apps. I messed this up. Oh, okay. Or you can type in texasweather.app in a web browser. It'll take you right to the download page for your device. So again, those of you in Needville, get ready. You've got a hailer, and it's about to roll on into town. Strong winds, quarter ping pong ball size hail, maybe a bit larger. All right, let's go west. We've got a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings now north of Highway 90 for a couple of thunderstorms throwing out hail. One storm northeast of Del Rio, that's moving almost due north over rural portions of the state northeast of Del Rio. Sorry, I'm moving some radar sources around. I've actually got 10 monitors here, and they all have something on them, which isn't something that happens as often as it used to. So I'm just having to update some radar sources. I use the software off screen to give me more town names and some of these road labels, so I'm able to be more particular for y'all compared to what is being shown on the screen y'all see, which doesn't have some of these smaller communities. Okay, so this is northeast of Del Rio, moving towards Carta Valley, mainly east of Highway 277, but it's going to be crossing over 377 near Carta Valley, probably staying east of Loma Alta, probably west of Rock Springs. Again, that storm northeast of Del Rio, moving northeast. I'll put a loop on here, try to give you all a sense of the direction, the timing. I know that's helpful. You can see we have other thunderstorms that have developed over portions of northern Kinney County, north of Highway 90, north of Brackettville, well northeast of Laughlin Air Force Base. Laughlin Air Force Base is in San Antonio. Hold on, I messed that up. Oh, it is right there. I'm tired. It's a Friday. Leave me alone. I got it right the first time. I shouldn't have doubted. But again, you can see a couple of these storms northeast of Brackettville. They're pretty slow moving. And then we've got this one supercell that's got probably golf ball size hail. That'll be moving east towards Concam, crossing over Highway 55 south of Camp Wood, eventually east into Uvalde County, staying north of Uvalde by a good distance. I wouldn't want to be going on 83 north of town, though, towards Concam when the storm crosses the highway. And eventually, this storm, if it persists, could make it towards Concam in about, let's say, an hour. So about 6:15 p.m. Central Time. Otherwise, we look into Central Texas. And there's not a thing going on, ladies and gentlemen. It is quiet across Central Texas into South Central Texas after some storms earlier today. Hopefully it'll stay that way. We'll continue to let this loop give you a sense of the timing. All right, so again, we've got a cluster of showers and thunderstorms. Some of them are producing hail, but most just heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds from near Beaumont and the Golden Triangle all the way down Interstate 10 towards Houston, southwest towards Needville. By far the most intense storm we're looking at right now is this thunderstorm, the supercell near Needville. That could be dropping quarter to golf ball size hail as it moves east-east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. We'll take a look at the high-resolution radar, and you can see we're seeing a pretty good punch out now with wind on the south side of that storm. We're going to switch to the terminal Doppler weather radar, which is literally right next door to the NEXRAD there, but it gives us a better look at the wind. You can see the greens. Those are green. Those are green. Well, yeah, very acute. These are winds being pushed out of this thunderstorm on the rear flank downdraft. So pretty good surge of wind coming out the south side of this thunderstorm. Now, if this hook were to wrap around, it could result in a low-level circulation developing, and we'd have to watch for the possibility of a tornado. But I don't think that's what's going on here. At least it is not something we have seen today thus far this afternoon. Just a lot of hail, a lot of wind, a lot of heavy rain. So again, that storm moving east-southeast at about 25 miles an hour. What we're going to do now is we're going to zoom out to the entire state. I'm going to press a button. We're going to actually turn on the radar data, the satellite data. And here you go. You can actually see what we have going on across the state this afternoon. It's been a cloudy day. Northern two-thirds of Texas. That's too many town labels, and we're going to leave it. We've got some scattered showers, at times storms. Texas Panhandle, Northwest Texas, into the Arklatex. That activity has mostly diminished and become calmer, but we'll see more tomorrow morning. You can see the storm starting to uptick in the Edwards Plateau. You can see the anvil debris, the upper-level clouds being blown off those storms by southwesterly winds aloft. Same thing with the storms in southeast Texas. All right, so we're going to clear all the data off this radar. We're going to look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model. I'm going to take a look and see what we're expecting today, tonight, into Saturday, which is the weekend. It's not my weekend, though. We don't get a weekend when the weather's active, and the weather's active. If Mother Nature could abide by a nice 5-day schedule, a Monday to Friday schedule, that'd be nice, but Mother Nature isn't kind in that way to us, so... And we need the rain, so it'll be okie dokie. All right, so we're going to load this model. That is the cutest thing ever. And while we load that model data, we're going to turn my camera into a dog cam. We're going to take a look at the dog. So let's just go ahead, switch to a full screen of the Dave cam. We'll move my energy drink. We'll zoom in And voila, you have the dag cam. Yeah, you a good girl. You got a lamb chop? You got a lamb chop? Yeah, if I turn off the audio filter, are you gonna howl? We got sass. Yeah, you a good girl. Oh, y'all can't hear it. Hold on. One more time. Oh! You a good girl. There you go. You feel better? Yeah, I know you're very sassy, but you have your lamb chop. And ladies and gentlemen, there you go. The magic of noise filtering. I have to turn it off. Anyway, here's what we're going to do. We'll zoom back out. We'll look at me. Merry Christmas. It's me again. Alright, so I got to reset the filters. There we go. Microphone in my face. Yippity-doo-dah, yippity-a. Turn on that button, and we'll go back and take a look at the model data. Alright, so again, this is what the high-res rapid refresh model wants to do tonight into Saturday morning. And again, this is a weather model. It is not a guarantee it's going to be right completely, but it at least gives a basic timeline for locations, etc. As you can see, we're going to be busy tonight in the Edwards Plateau, the Rio Grande Plains, South Texas, the coastal bend of Corpus Christi, maybe as far south almost as Interstate 12. I hope not, but we'll keep an eye out. As we have more upper-level lift arrive tomorrow morning, the potential for scattered showers and storms across West Texas, the Permian Basin, moving northeast into the Concho Valley, Big Country, Northwest Texas, North Texas, and Texoma early tomorrow afternoon. Maybe a little bit of small hail, but honestly nothing to write home about in terms of tornadoes, damaging winds, hail. The hail threat tomorrow will be same areas as today, honestly. Same regions as today. We're doing it again tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, Sunday morning. Okay, let's go back. And again, that's the timeline for all of that. Right now, the most intense storm by far continues to be the storm crossing over Highway 36 from Needville to Fairchilds to Guy to Damon. And I was going to take a break, but we're going to look at this instead because it's doing mischievous things. And when stormies do mischievous things, we do three things here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We do dog cams. Not really. It's what we do when the storms aren't mischievous. Dog cams. I'm drinking caffeine, and usually I start stuttering or making a fool of myself. I mean, I usually make a fool of myself, but sometimes the stuttering. I gotta go get a burrito to eat for dinner, and that'll fix the stuttery issue. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm now just exiting Needville to the east over Highway 36 between Damon, Guy, and Needville. This storm could be producing at least golf ball size hail. To be honest with you, given the radar signature, I would not be shocked if it was producing hail much larger than that. That's really weird. I'm not getting differential reflectivity as a product from the Houston radar. I'm getting correlation coefficient. I'm getting KDP. I'm not getting ZDR. Is that just the Houston radar, or did I break my radar software? Interesting. Sorry, I'm talking nerdy. I've got 10 monitors around me. I'll take a picture after this. Send it, and I'm sure meteorologist Jason Cooley will post it. Okay, so no, the Houston radar is just not sending out differential reflectivity. That's really weird. Okay, well. But again, you can see the storm near Needville. It's definitely got
I also don't have differential reflectivity on radar scope on my app.
Well, that's very interesting. I've never seen that happen before to a specific NextRat product. That was meteorologist Jason Cooley. We can talk to each other now because we're super. But again, this storm near Needville definitely has the potential to be a mean, angry, unhappy storm. You can see it's even got a bit of a hook echo here on the southern periphery of the storm itself. That's not necessarily an indicator we have a tornado trying to form, but it is an indicator we have nasty wind being pushed out the south side with the rear flank downdraft. But also, and Jason, you're watching, you might notice this as I highlight. Notice that boundary. I just noticed that here. What is that? That's not a boundary. That's a shower. I'm looping the radar on analysts. That's a shower. Interesting. Sometimes when storms ingest other thunderstorms or other showers, sometimes that can kickstart a low-level circulation and also cause intensification of the updraft. Sometimes it just completely destroys the updraft and nothing happens. But it's one of these things we look for in the mesoscale environment. I'm sorry, did you find a squeaky? Yeah, did you find a squeaky? Do you want me to open the door and let you out? You have destroyed your lamb chop, and there is lamb chop guts all over this floor. Hold on, dog wants out, and when dog wants out, you let the dog out or the dog attacks. Not really, but she's spoiled. Yeah, what you doing?
Yeah, that radar, the radar scans are looking a little bit more concerning on that cell.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazoria and Fort Bend County in Texas.
Alright, anyway. Or not. Can I help you?
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Calcasieu County in Louisiana, Newton, and Orange County in Texas.
Congratulations. Isn't that a nice way to maintain situational awareness, though, that new audio alert we have on this stream? I told you that would work out, Jason. Just wait till I make my own sound effects for it. Alright. Here we go, Z's. So again, this is a nasty look at...
Got it down right. I really enjoy this new feature you have.
So again, this storm looking relatively unhappy with itself. It's not developing a low-level circulation. We'll look at the which way the wind's blowing mode. Look, all that green being pushed out, that is wind being driven out of the rear side of the thunderstorm, known as a rear flank downdraft. And again, that is what's happening here. It's not a tornadic circulation, at least at this juncture, but it is definitely the potential for a lot of wind. Honestly, given the way the signature is, this could be producing tennis ball size hail now, and is on its way towards places. Well, here, since it's moving deviant motion, let's do this. Let's switch over to level 3 data, because here's a little tidbit. If I loop it with that super high-res data, it crashes this program typically, and I have to restart it. But if I loop it with this, it does not. You'd see that it's moving right of motion. Most of these storms are moving east or northeast, but this storm is moving more southeast, which could make it an issue for Angleton. I think it's Angleton. If it's Angleton, I'm going to hear about it in a minute, but it's over Damon now. If you're in Needville, you're clear. This is moving towards Holiday Lakes, Bonnie, Roche-Sharon. Roche-Sharon. Oh, yeah, that's a Next Generation character, isn't it? Huh. I guess Next Gen character that evolved into the Picard series season 3. Okay, anyway. Bonnie, Holiday Lakes, Angleton, take your pick. Moving southeast, and again, this storm, currently the most intense one we're dealing with, the potential for tennis ball size hail, damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and a lot of lightning and heavy rainfall. Did I just break the radar? Well, this is why we don't get to have nice things in Daveland. All that work I did trying to prevent it from crashing, and I still crashed it. I'm very proud of myself. Now you see nothing except the blank box of life. Merry Christmas. And you were wondering what the mental state of someone has to be to sit in a room with 10 monitors and stare at them all day while doing coverage. Now you know. But again, as meteorologist Jason Cooley said earlier, when we've got big problems, we deal with it appropriately. But sometimes, on days like this, where we don't have tornadoes, we're able to do a little bit of experimenting. But hey, we thank everyone for tuning on in. My phone is vibrating. La 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 la.
Very, very HP supercell now. There you're looking at on radar.
Indeed, this is what we call a high precipitation supercell. You can see that it is showing up to 4-inch diameter hail now. We've had a couple of store orders. Well, thank you to those who have ordered merch. We appreciate it. I'm just checking to make sure I don't have to ship anything myself out of my stock here real quick. I know, that's a great thing to do on a live stream, but again, life. I do have to. Okay, thank you for letting me know thing. I actually need to do a couple. Alright. Hey Siri. Remind me to ship products at 8 p.m. Okay. So, there we go. We killed 2 things with 1 command. Merry Christmas to me. So again, this is the most intense storm, a very high precipitation supercell, the potential for it to produce golf ball to tennis ball size hail at least. Honestly, it is looking very potent in the hail department right now. That is a, what time was that? 4:40. So we had a 77 mile per hour wind gust at 4:40 p.m. 2 miles southwest of Sugarland. I just noticed that. We'll switch that on here and I can show you it most likely visually. Nope. Nope. Oh, maybe not. I don't know why wind LSRs aren't showing up on this. Very interesting. But again, we had a 77 mile an hour wind gust in Sugarland at 4:40 p.m. from a weather flow station. The potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail with this thunderstorm now southeast of Needville. This is going to be exiting Highway 36 shortly, moving southeast towards Angleton, really. I'm going to actually turn off that storm track. I'm going to make my own, because I'm super duper great at drawing things. The answer to that, by the way, is absolutely not. But we're going to do it anyway, because this storm is a problem. So we are going to do a manual track as it is moving deviant. We're going to do this. Mean, hateful, blah, blah, blah. You can see this is a mean storm. This thing's a windbag. We're going to do southeast to 30. And again, this would have it in West Columbia at 5:45 to 5:50. Bonnie, 5:50 to 5:55. Angleton at 6 p.m. Lake Jackson, 6:15. The city of Freeport at 6:30 p.m. Currently, this thunderstorm capable of producing tennis ball size hail. Wind gusts of 60 to 75 miles per hour. Very heavy rainfall. And enough cloud-to-ground lightning to ignite half the county. So again, folks need to be need to be ready and get their vehicles into shelter. Honestly, the storm itself is showing indications it may have baseball-sized hail. Well, thank you, Tracy Norris. So again, this storm moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. The potential for baseball-size hail. Quarter golf ball baseballs. The size varies every few minutes, really, but the updraft itself is extremely strong. If I look to see how tall it is, I'm going to bet it's probably almost 60,000 feet, and I would be correct. The storm itself is almost 60,000 feet tall. Quite impressive for a March thunderstorm. Well, she'll be okay, Tracy, from the look of things here. She'll get a bit of rain later. In League City, Webster. So again, this thunderstorm from Guy to Damon, moving southeast at 30, the potential for golf ball, tennis ball, maybe even baseball-size hail. Winds 65 to 75 miles an hour, moving southeast towards West Columbia, Angleton, Lake Jackson. It may stay north of Freeport. It's going to be close. Bonnie, Danbury, you need to be ready. And then this is eventually going to move over the western sections of Galveston Island. If it's moving a little more east-southeast than southeast, this could eventually be an issue for the city of Galveston itself on the upper end of Galveston Island down to Jamaica Beach, which really makes me want to go to the beach. Jason, we need to take a trip to the beach. So again, the storm moving southeast. We'll switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, and for what it's worth, no low-level rotation. I understand what you're seeing here is a hook echo. This is a high precipitation supercell. It is a rain hail bag with a lot of wind. If there was a tornado here, which there is not, you would not see it because it would be surrounded by miles and miles of rotating hail and rain. So with that in mind, the storm is moving south east at about 30 miles an hour. Now let's take a look out. And I guess I should turn off the magical paintbrush first. We'll take a look out. City of Houston. You've got storms. Well, it looks like we've actually got one perking up right now. I'm glad we looked at that. The storm that was producing hail earlier in southeast Houston may be trying to perk its happy self back up again. Also showing a bit of a wind signature. Let's switch to a terminal Doppler weather radar. So if you're in places like Deer Park, over to McNair, to Baytown, heads up, this storm heading your way towards Highlands is intensifying again. The threat of hail may be increasing shortly. Oh, you know, the road label feature on here is great until you talk about a city the size of Houston, and then it just looks like a bucket of spilled spaghetti, which, ooh, that sounds kind of good for dinner. Ideas. Anyway, I think you can tell my attention deficit disorder's kicking in today. But again, when we're dealing with more stuff like this versus tornadoes, we're able to have a little more fun, jovial behavior. Showing winds up to 50, 55 miles an hour right now in, Jason, how do I pronounce this city? North of Galena Park. Deer Park, over to McNair, Baytown. Well, Jason or Marisa, really. And again, that storm is moving off to the east at about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Actually, I shouldn't even assume Jason or Marisa are listening. It's 5:40 in the evening. They're probably doing what normal people are doing, and that's enjoying a nice Friday evening dinner with family and friends. I hope so, at least.
I believe it's pronounced Jacinto.
Jacinto. Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thank you. Jacinto City. This storm also produced 60-mile-an-hour winds in Southside Place on the south side of Houston earlier. So again, back over to the how hard it's raining mode, you could see a little bit of a hail core crossing over Highway 8 near and just north of Interstate 10 on the east sides of Jacinto City. Moving towards Channelview, Cloverleaf, McNair, Lynchburg, Highlands, Barrett, Mont Bellevue. Yeah, I said it with a pronunciation. All right, I'm going to make sure all this is on. Happy birthday, okay. So again, we're watching a couple of storms of interest. This one, east sides of Houston near Cloverleaf. east sides of Jacinto City, crossing over Highway 8. There could be some nickel, maybe quarter-size hail there. Strong winds enough to knock some fences, trees down, power lines. We'll switch over. Let's take a look at the TDWR, the Terminal Doppler Weather Radar, and that'll give us a better guesstimate on winds. And again, yeah, it's showing some localized winds up here between 225 in Pasadena and Interstate 10 in Cloverleaf of about 50 miles per hour. So that would make sense. That's enough to cause some power outages and ruin your day if you have an old fence. And then back southwest, we've got a much more intense thunderstorm moving southeast. We'll put a new storm tracker on it, and I'm going to give it a little extra room because I can. So again, Bonnie, about 553. Angleton, about 604. West Columbia, you're going to get some wind here in the next few minutes. The worst of the hail should stay to your north. Same thing for Lake Jackson and Freeport, unless this turns further to the southeast. But again, Lake Jackson about 610, Freeport about 630, approaching Danbury about 605 to 610, Liverpool about 605 to 610, probably approaching the coast, south sides of Galveston Island or west sides of Galveston Island about 6:20 to 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. All right, starting to show some stronger mid-level rotation with this supercell as well. And again, this thing could be dropping baseball-size hail. This thing's a mean, mad, very unhappy Stormy. And it is also producing probably 60 to 75 mile-an-hour winds as it moves southeast towards Bonnie, Liverpool, Danbury, Angleton, Lake Jackson, maybe Freeport, but more likely Bailey's Prairie, the Brazoria County Airport, Danbury, Hoskins, Richwood, Lake Jackson, Oyster Creek. Eventually, this could make it towards a Jamaica Beach, which makes me want to go to the beach. And then we've got this storm over the east sides of Houston. Was I going to say San Jacinto? East of Jacinto City, moving towards McNair over Channelview. We could have a wee bit of hail with this towards Highlands over to Mont Bellevue in the next 30 minutes. Outside of that, we have a severe storm now on the Texas-Louisiana border near Interstate 10. This storm showing 40, 50, 60 mile-an-hour winds, maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail moving east at about, let's say, 20 to 30 miles an hour. And for what it's worth, we got plenty of showers and storms across the Golden Triangle, Kirbyville to Buna to Lumberton, all the way southwest to Liberty. Most of these storms, not severe, a lot of lightning, strong winds, heavy rain, all that fun stuff. Back in the Edwards Plateau, we've got a supercell. Well, the supercell northeast of Del Rio went bye-bye. We still have a storm that is weakening now in Uvalde County. That is going to be about 20 miles northwest of Uvalde. That's moving east and weakening. That could have some small hail, gusty winds, but again, it's weakening. Boy, that supercell southwest of Arcola is mean.
It's a good thing that supercell's going over pretty sparsely populated areas, hilly terrain.
Indeed it is. Jason, what I just sent you, I'm going to set that up on your computer later. All right. This thing's about to yell at me for a new warning.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazoria and Fort Bend County in Texas.
All right, a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Brazoria and southeastern Fort Bend County, southeast Texas. A supercell thunderstorm capable of producing 2 to 2.5 inch diameter size hail, tennis ball size hail, maybe a bit larger, and 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust is located near Brazos Bend State Park. There's going to be some wind damage there, or 11 miles north of West Columbia. This storm's moving southeast now at 20 miles an hour, so it slowed itself down a wee bit, it looks like, according to the Weather Service. Yeah, about 20 to 25. The locations included in this warning include West Columbia, Holiday Lakes, Western Bailey's Prairie, Bonnie, Brazos Bend State Park, Wild Peach Village. I kind of want peaches and cream now. Peaches and cream ice cream. Interesting. Damon and Rosharon, which takes us back to the next generation, which is never a good road to go down unless you want to have a discussion about Star Trek, which we do not right now because this is a weather show, not a Star Trek show. Wow. Analyst is pinning out 4.7-inch hail. Boy, folks, let me tell you. Here, we're going to switch this over to a composite. It's going to show you what all the beams of the radar showing aloft and combine it. Maybe not. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll switch to a level 3 product. Here, I'll just use this button. You can see this thing's a big old hail maker. This thing's got big hail. Let me tell you, this is a very intense thunderstorm capable of producing damaging to downright nasty hail. This is one of the more impressive hailers we've seen today. So again, this storm, east of Damon, moving southeast towards Holiday Lakes, Bonnie, and really, it's making its way right towards Angleton. We might have to make a social media specific post just to warn Angleton about this. The potential for, honestly, I'm just going to say it, baseball size hail, winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. This thing is a very intense supercell thunderstorm capable of producing significant severe weather in the form of destructive wind-driven hail. And again, moving southeast about 25, so we'll go ahead and do a storm track on that. And I'm going to do it, let's just do this. And again, not everyone in this little polygon is going to be dealing with this, but we'll do southeast to 25, so the times are going to be a little different since it's slowed down a bit. Bonnie, 5:55 to 6 o'clock. Angleton, about 6:10, 6:05 to 6:10. Danbury, about 6:10 to 6:15. Liverpool, 6:15 to 6:20. Lake Jackson, about 6:20. And then approaching the Gulf Coast near Freeport up to the southwest sides of Galveston Island near Jamaica Beach, around 6:45 p.m. This thunderstorm capable of producing baseball-size hail, winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour, and it's capable of doing those both in conjunction of one another, meaning wind-driven hail. This thing could cause a lot of damage, the kind of hail that goes through windows, stuff like that. So again, we want folks to treat this storm quite seriously. This is definitely not your run-of-the-mill summer thunderstorm that has a little bit of wind and small hail. This is one of these supercells that can, produce 2 to 3+ inch diameter size hail that goes through windows, destroys roofs, and all that. So we want folks to be in a safe place. I'd go ahead and treat it almost like a tornado warning, to be perfectly blunt with you. This storm is quite intense. I'd go to an interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, but specifically in this case, go to a room without windows. We don't want folks being injured by breaking glass if we do have baseball-sized hail being driven by 80-mile-an-hour winds with this thunderstorm. This thing's got attitude. This thing's got more attitude than I do when I'm over-caffeinated, which we're on our way to thanks to the caffeine beverage. I need to fix my camera angle. Merry Christmas. So again, this is a nasty-looking severe storm.
That's definitely a mean storm coming toward Angleton and the surrounding area. I'm making a social media post right now.
Thank you, Mr. Meteorologist Jason Cooley and Angleton. See, we're able to test a lot of new things out today. We've been working hard over the winter. In fact, with this weekend, we'll probably still be using this coverage layout, but we'll be using something fancy and new soon, which will include a more narrow chat window, by the way, for those of you who were saying that, and rightfully so. So again, those of you in Bonnie to Holiday Lakes to Angleton, Get ready. You've got problems. This storm, baseball-sized hail, winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour possible. Enough cloud-to-ground lightning to light half the county on fire, and this is the kind of storm that can cause quite a bit of damage. It doesn't take a tornado to cause big-time damage, that's for sure. So again, this thing's got attitude, and it is on its way southeast. Now, let's go back up here. Interesting evolution. This thunderstorm from Deer Park now, it's built a bit further to the south. It's built over the bay, down through Channelview to Highlands, moving east at about 30 miles an hour, really. The potential for maybe some quarter-size hail, especially now on highway... What highway is that? Tell me what highway you are. 134 near Lynchburg, through Interstate 10 to Highlands, up to McNair. We may have some very heavy rainfall, the potential for quarter-size hail, nickel to quarters, wind gusts of 50 to 55 miles an hour. This thing's right on the edge of having to need its own severe thunderstorm warning. For what it's worth, storms in... Here, let's do a statewide view and do a sit rep on the entire state. We'll turn the radar back on. Here's what the radar looks like over the last 2 hours. It's pretty cloudy, northern two-thirds of Texas. A few cloud breaks here and there, but otherwise low-level stratus holding true. You can see we've got more potent activity. Golden Triangle, southwest Louisiana into southeast Texas, and we've had a few storms in the Edwards Plateau into the Rio Grande Plains. For what it's worth, we're going to see storms there later tonight. You can see most storms today there into northern Mexico have been firing off the mountains, the higher terrain. Later tonight, we're going to see increased upper-level lift. That'll help these storms to, become more numerous, reinvigorate themselves, and become problematic through the night in the Rio Grande Plains, South Texas, the Edwards Plateau, eventually moving towards the lower Texas Gulf Coast. We could have hail, rain, obviously, and high winds. So that'll be an issue for probably way later tonight, Saturday morning. Here, right now, southeast Texas, you're going to be calming down pretty quick over probably by 8, 9 o'clock. Because 1, storms are going to move into Louisiana. 2, storms are going to move into the Gulf of Mexico, and then y'all are going to be done for the night. So really, we're watching storms continue Golden Triangle, southeast Texas. 80% of these storms are not what we consider severe in terms of producing big hail, big wind, or tornadoes. They are producing a lot of lightning and heavy rainfall. They'll continue through about 8, 9 o'clock before exiting the region. Watch for localized flooding, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. The storm that was northeast of Beaumont earlier is now near Orange. It's going to be moving into southwest Louisiana, riding Interstate 10 towards Vinton, Louisiana, eventually towards Lake Charles, Louisiana. Which brings me to a second point I want to look. I wonder if that new Slidell radar is up yet. I'm going to look real quick. And technically it's called Hammond, and no, it doesn't look like it. I was curious. All right, so let me clean this up a bit. We can switch this radar over here to the TDWA in Houston. We can switch this radar to San Antonio. So again, the biggest issue we're going to have for a while, hopefully, is this very large high precipitation supercell making its way towards Angleton. The potential for very large destructive hail, the potential for winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, the potential for very heavy rainfall, and quite a bit of wind damage. So we want folks to be in a safe place. For what it's worth, we'll switch to the Houston TDWI. And a new severe thunderstorm warning's coming across. That's going to be for this storm up here. We'll look at that real quick as that warning verbalizes itself momentarily.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Chambers, Harris, and Liberty County in Texas.
Okay, so again, this is going to be the storm we were talking about that was borderline severe. It's going to be a severe warning for northwestern Chambers, southern Liberty, eastern Harris counties, and southeast Texas. Severe storm over highlands capable of 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Moving east towards Mont Bellevue, McNair, Cody, Old River, Winfrey, Cove, Interstate 10. Interstate 10 not going to be happy between really the city of Houston and Anahuac and Hankamer over the next several minutes. Anahuac. Oh, that brings back so many memories of mispronunciation. I'm probably still mispronouncing it. So again, that storm moving east, the potential for quarter-size hail, winds of 60 miles an hour, very heavy rainfall. This storm moving towards Angleton, potential for baseball-size hail, winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour. We're going to switch back over to the terminal Doppler weather radar. That gives us a better look at the low levels here. And again, this is detecting extremely strong... Anahuac. Okay, well, I told you I was going to mispronounce it. Again, the terminal Doppler weather radar detecting winds over 80 miles an hour. Terminal Doppler weather radar is usually pretty good about this because it's close range data. So again, those of you northeast of West Columbia, up, you know what, we're going to put some labels on here. One moment, please, while I start drawing. That's what we're going to do. Coming up to County Road 25. Northeast of West Columbia, west of Holiday Lakes, the potential for winds 70 to 80 miles per hour or higher. The potential for golf ball to baseball size hail. This moving southeast towards Holiday Lakes, Angleton, Bonnie, Danbury. All right, this is a mean, bad, very unhappy, very mad thunderstorm. So we want folks to treat it seriously. I treat it like you would a tornado warning. No, that doesn't mean go outside and look for something. It means get away from windows. Lowest floor, center room. Get in a room without windows, because this thing has hurricane force wind gust and possibly baseball size hail, both of which may be occurring at the same time in the same area, which would result in very unhappy wind damage. Again, the potential...
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Hardin County in Texas.
Was a new sound? Okay, so they're talking about the flash flood warning up here, northwest of Lumberton. So that's what that was, flash flood warning. Again, these are producing heavy rain. Northwest of Lumberton, northeast of Dana Lakes, flash flood warning for Honey Island, Batson, and Caney Head in Hardin County. Just wait till I make my own sound effects for these alerts. So again, this thunderstorm approaching Holiday Lakes has the potential to produce baseball-size hail or larger, wind gusts of 70 to 80 miles per hour. Those of you in Bonnie, Holiday Lakes, Angleton, Danbury, if you know anyone there, I'd honestly shoot them a text, a message, a snap, whatever you prefer, and let them know. One, it's about to get quite unpleasant. Two, if you're in Angleton, you've got about 10 minutes to get your car under shelter. And three, get away from north and west facing windows because nastiness is about to happen. Hurricane force wind gusts, the potential for baseball size hail or larger. And again, this is a supercell moving southeast at about 25 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and put a storm track on it. And again, I'm making it a relatively wide berth just in case. Not everyone in this is going to get hit with that baseball-size hail or giant wind. Angleton, you've got about 5 to 10 minutes. Bailey's Prairie, Holiday Lakes, you need to be in a safe place. Hurricane force winds inbound. Angleton, you've got hurricane force winds inbound in about 10 minutes. Big hail, especially from Angleton up Highway 288 to Bonnie. Danbury, you can see the latest scan came in. Danbury, you've got about 15 minutes. Liverpool, you're going to get on the north side of this about 15 minutes. Eventually, this is going to approach Jamaica Beach, 6:55 to 7 p.m. South side of this with some gusty winds, heavy rain, Lake Jackson about 6:15 to 6:20, the city of Freeport at 6:35. Those of you in Holiday Lakes, Bailey's Prairie, Angleton, the potential for wind-driven baseball-size hail and wind gust of 70 to 80 miles an hour, hurricane force winds inbound. I would strongly encourage you to treat this like you would a tornado warning, in that you get away from west, north-facing windows and seek shelter. Again, looking at a different radar, you can seeing winds 70 to at times 80 miles an hour approaching Holiday Lakes, County Road 25, northeast of West Columbia, Angleton. If you're in Holiday Lakes, you're getting pounded right now. Same for the community of Bonnie. Moving southeast towards Danbury, Angleton. This thunderstorm capable of producing extremely severe weather in the sense of baseball-size hail, 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. And for those of you wondering where I'm talking about, we're talking about the community of Angleton down Highway 35. We're talking, what is this, about 40 miles south of the city of Houston. We're talking northwest of Freeport, west of Galveston, about 40 miles south of downtown Houston, on the upper Texas Gulf Coast. Remember, we're Texas Storm Chasers and Texas Weather Center. We cover everything, 254 counties. It doesn't matter if it was in North Texas yesterday. We're covering Southeast Texas today. We're going to be covering the Edwards Plateau, South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains, the Coastal Bend, South Texas tonight and tomorrow morning. And then we're doing all this again tomorrow. So again, switching over to the wind. Well, we got a bad scan there. That's okay. Back over to the next ride. You can see the storm is on Angleton's doorstep. It's begun in Holiday Lakes. Bonnie, you're getting it right now too. The potential for winds 60, 70, 80 miles an hour or higher. The potential for baseball-size hail. Again, if you're wondering what's going on in your local community, if I'm not talking about you, that's a good thing. We focus on the most intense storms here. So we've got a second severe thunderstorm on Interstate 10, east of Channelview, approaching Mont Bellevue. If you're in places like Glenna Park, Pasadena, it's raining, but you're done with severe weather. Baytown, especially along the north of 146, 330, you're probably getting some hail soon. Same thing goes if you're on I-10 between Channelview and the Bay, east through Highway 146. Hail will be moving into Mont Bellevue shortly. Same thing for Cove. And Angleton, you're about to take it on the chin, let me tell you. So again, if we're not talking about the weather near you, that's a good thing. We focus on the most intense storms. But you can always check on your local weather because we provide you with those tools at our expense by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We've got local weather forecasts down to your neighborhood, interactive weather radars, live severe weather coverage. You can watch this coverage in the app. We've got weather videos every day with written articles as well, and of course our past storm chasing collection. So again, Angleton, you've got a few minutes before this storm comes rolling into town. The wind's going to hit. It's going to start pouring rain. The hail core is going to be right behind it. And again, the radar continues to indicate baseball-size hail. This thing's got more attitude than a politician having a bad day in the house. That was an interesting idiom, wasn't it? So again, be in a safe place. That's what we encourage you, especially get away from west-north facing windows if you're in Angleton. And there's really not anything else going on right now except that storm on I-10 east of Houston in terms of quarter-size hail up there. Everything else right now, just your ordinary garden variety showers and thunderstorms. So again, we'll go take a look at that real quick. I'm actually curious if this video shared to the chat automatically. Of course it didn't. Oh, the chat being the broadcast chat, it didn't. That's okay. So again, Mont Bellevue, you're going to have some quarter-sized hail shortly, nickel to quarters, maybe some 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds. This is a borderline severe storm. It is nowhere near as intense as this storm down in Angleton to Bonnie that's throwing out baseballs and 70, 80 mile-an-hour winds. Okay, new severe warning coming in. We'll let that chirp at me in a moment. I've got it moving even further southeast. And these storms in Houston dropped, looks like 2 to 3 inches of rain. Not bad.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazoria, Fort Bend, and Galveston County in Texas.
Okay, so that's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning for this thunderstorm approaching Angleton. And again, those of you in Angleton, I'd encourage you to be in a safe place away from northwest-facing windows. The potential for baseball-sized hail, driven by 70 to 80 mile-an-hour winds coming in from the north now. This is a very dangerous thunderstorm. It doesn't have a tornado, but it's definitely producing dangerous, severe weather. So as this storm continues to move southeast at about 25 miles an hour to 30 miles an hour, those of you in Holiday Lakes, you're getting wind now. Bailey's Prairie to West Columbia, especially east of Highway 36, you're going to be getting these winds shortly. After Angleton, this is going to be moving towards Lake Jackson, Oyster Creek, Freeport, Surfside Beach, Danbury, Hoskins. And again, the potential for very strong winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, the potential for golf ball to baseball size hail. I'll switch this product over to this. We'll let it loop. This will just give us a glance at what this storm has done over the last hour. You could see it was moving east, it turned hard southeast, and now it's moving almost south-southeast towards Freeport. Angleton, again, being a safe place. Now, it's too late to move your cars. It's already about to roll into town. So put yourself inside, get away from west and north-facing windows in case hail breaks them. All right? We've been talking about Angleton now for 30 minutes, so... severe storm again over Baytown up to Mont Bellevue. The potential for nickel to quarter size hail, heavy rains, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. As it continues to move northeast, or excuse me, move due east at about 20 to 30 miles an hour. And again, if I zoom out, you'll see we've got scattered showers and storms across southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle. A majority of these are not producing hail, wind, or big wind, or we have no tornadoes, but we're seeing a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, small hail, gusty winds. And we just had a sea breeze type boundary hit this storm near Angleton. I'm looking off the Hobby TDWR. We're going to have to make sure we don't have any sort of circulation spin up with that. I don't see one right now, but it's definitely enjoying this little hook feature. So again, this thunderstorm coming into Angleton is a problem. It's going to continue moving southeast towards Lake Jackson, Oyster Creek. Pretty good gust front on it. Oh. Sorry, I was looking at some data. So again, those of you in Holiday Lakes to Angleton, your time's up. It's stormy time, and this stormy means business. We'll switch back over.
David, you asked earlier. I am ready to go to the beach, so let's make a trip.
Beach. I like beach. Okay, so let's put a storm tracker on this. I'm going to include the gust front. And again, we'll do about 30, and this thing's moving almost like that. So again, Lake Jackson, about 620. Freeport, 630. Jamaica Beach, southwest sides of Galveston Island, about 650. Surfside Beach, about 635. And I know we've got a lot of spring breakers down here. You're not going to want to be on the beach. You're not going to want to be outside when this thing hits. You're going to have hail. You're going to have wind. The hail could be baseball size. Just pretend you're in DFW yesterday or in the middle of West Texas or the Panhandle when May shows up and we have hailstones the size of baseballs flying around. Well, this is one of those situations where it's visiting the southeast Texas coast. You see, Mama Nature wanted to take a nice vacation for spring break too, and she decided to bring her friend Mr. Supercell. Oh, I'm giving inanimate objects nicknames. Oh, boy. It's a Monday. For me, at least. So, again, Angleton, you need to be in a safe place. It's starting to rain now, probably a bit of hail. The hail itself is going to get bigger over the next 15 minutes. Holiday Lakes, same for you. Bonnie, same for you. Hello, dog. How's life? Have you mutilated your lamb chop yet? Do you have fuzz all over the house I have to go pick up? Probably. And again, this storm's moving southeast at 30. We haven't looked in a while. Let's go ahead and do a statewide view. We're going to take a look at the super-de-duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up marketing nicknames too, even when I am having ADD issues. High-resolution rapid refresh model data. And for that, we're going to press some buttons. Oh, I am really glad Ooh, an MD. Let's see what the MD says. Okay, so let's load the her. We're gonna load the that, and I think I can just load cloud cover too because it shouldn't really matter. I'm gonna turn the radar labels off. We're gonna load data for 8 beginning at 8 p.m. We'll run through 8 a.m. I'm gonna let that load real quick. And again, what we're going to look at is the high-res rapid refresh model. It's run every hour. It is not the most accurate model at times, but it does at least give a sense of when and where we could be seeing storms on a regional basis. And again, the main gist of this is going to be southeast Texas will be quieting down by 8 to 10 p.m. Quiet night ahead. Edwards Plateau, the Rio Grande Plains, South Texas, your night's only starting at 8 to 10 o'clock. It's going to be getting rowdy into Saturday morning, and we're going to see scattered showers and thunderstorms across West Texas, the Permian Basin, Saturday morning, moving northeast into the Panhandle, Big Country, Concho Valley, Northwest Texas, North Texas, and Texoma, with most of those being quite behaved, not expecting severe weather. In fact, here's the latest HER. You can see what it does tonight across South Texas. If this is right, San Antonio, again, looks like it's going to be okay for tonight. You'll have another opportunity for mischief tomorrow afternoon, but you may be lucking out for the remainder of this evening into tonight. And again, this is what the high-res rapid refresh model shows for this evening into Saturday morning, and we'll have more storms Saturday afternoon into Saturday evening into Sunday morning because, hey, who likes having a weekend? No one in this weather office, that's for sure. All right, I'm going to read this MD real quick. Okay, whatever. Let's see what this does. Okay. So again, it's storming, it's pouring, it's about to hail, and oh, look at that reflectivity signature. Sweet Mama Mercy. All right, let's go back to the radar. Let me kill that. Stop it. You could see the hail core about to move into Angleton. I am so sorry, because this is not going to be a pleasant situation. This is going to be a ouchies. On a scale from little ouchies to big ouchies, this is going to be on the upper echelon of the ouchie scale when it comes to wind-driven hail. Yes, that is a very scientifically named scale that I myself have created. Mine. Yep, the ouchie scale. In the hail department, we have a whole different scale for tornadoes. But in the ouchies from hail, this is going to be a big one. This one could have baseball-size hail moving southeast into Angleton with the potential for 60 to 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, throwing those hailstones horizontally. So again, we really want folks in Angleton to be away from west and north-facing windows. Treat it like you would a tornado warning. We had a report of a roof blown off a house south of Needville. I'm actually curious. This thing's giving me LSRs for hail, but it's not giving me LSR verbally for wind. Interesting. And by this, I mean the audible scale. I'm going to look at that. Huh. I'll have to look at that. There's nothing in here that should be preventing that. Always the technical snafus. But again, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing up to baseball-sized hail winds of 65 to 80 miles an hour moving into the city of Angleton now. It's going to get worse over the next 5 minutes. After that, it's going to be moving towards Lake Jackson, perhaps Freeport, Oyster Creek, Surfside Beach, Hoskins, and the southwest sides of Galveston Island. This storm will remain well south and west of the city of Galveston. In all likelihood, it'll probably only impact lower portions of Galveston Island. If that, it may just end up being an issue for Surfside Beach. And again, this thing's got attitude. And again, the hail core is just nasty. The purples and the blacks on the extreme side of the scale for sure. We'll check on the storm up here. Mont Belvieu to Cove to Baytown. Baytown, you'll be out of it here in the next few minutes. Mont Belvieu. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if this thing's producing only maybe dime, penny, maybe some quarter-sized hail, probably some winds of 40 to 50, maybe 60 miles an hour. These things do seem to be producing a decent amount of wind today compared to yesterday's storms. So, again, strong winds, maybe some nickel to quarter-sized hail. Hail core, definitely not even anywhere close to this thing near Angleton. This thing is a beast. This thing is a wind-producing, nasty, nasty thing. It's nasty. Let's switch over to the terminal Doppler weather radar. It may be a little far away, but yeah, you can see this is showing winds now of 70 plus miles an hour moving into Angleton. Oh, now we'll see how strong the winds themselves are, especially down at the Brazoria County Airport just south of town. They've got a weather station there, and whatever other weather observations we may have here in southeast Texas. And something I need to do after this event is look and see with my weather warning software if I can set up a box up on one of these monitors for it to just scroll LSRs in front of me. I think I can. I'll look into that later. Self-note. But again, the potential for 70 to 80 mile an hour winds now in the city of Angleton to Holiday Lakes, moving southeast towards Richwood, Lake Jackson, Oyster Creek, Freeport. We'll switch back over to the how hard it's raining mode as soon as I remember which button to press for that. We'll do that. And you can see big hail core. Heavy rain now in Angleton. The hail size is about to increase. Oh, that's just going to be nasty. In fact, there's a correlation coefficient deficit there. That's interesting. That might just be from the hail core. We don't have differential reflectivity, so I can't tell, but the correlation coefficient deficit's interesting, so it probably is some big hail. If we had to play with hail size, I'll show you. Usually we use this for debris track. We're not tracking debris, mind you. This is not debris. This is just a way for us to see where the largest hail may actually be when looking at reflectivity, and that makes sense. So again, that is moving into the city of Angleton right now with the potential for baseball-sized hail. Winds of 60 to 70 to 80 miles an hour, and the the wind threat extends way outward from this. We're going to get strong winds all the way down to Lake Jackson, to Freeport, to Richwood, while the hail core may stay several miles to the northeast. Wind in Bailey's Prairie, Angleton. I'm going to open IMBot, since that should give me the automated METAR notifications for stronger stuff.
Correlation coefficient drop could indicate some spiky hail.
Yes. That's a cute supercell way southwest of Laredo. And again, we'll zoom out real quick. The only other severe storm, again, now east of Baytown, quarter-size hail. And then we had storms in the Edwards Plateau. Those have dissipated. We have storms continuing off the higher terrain in northern Mexico. I need to actually work on my geography out here to know what state that is. And again, that storm staying on the Mexico side at the international border. Our issues involve these storms. It's pouring, it's storming Lumberton, Beaumont, Mercyville, Murrisville. In fact, here, let's just do this. Let's press the super duper D awesomey blossomy awesome. I can make up garbage words too button. We'll turn off satellite because it's about to be dark outside, at least in terms of light. You can see all this activity. The storm near Angleton's producing lightning out the wazoo. It probably could power half the state for the next 20 minutes if it wanted to. We've got storms across southeast Texas into the Golden Triangle. The only other severe storm now is northeast of Baytown. Moving towards Anuak. Or Anahawk. And I'm going to actually put this chat back on here real quick. And I'm going to actually do something no one should ever do, and that is edit this while streaming. I'm going to make the radar larger, which may or may not break, but that's okay. Is this linked to other sources? Yeah, let's not. All right, so reset that. And a whack. Thank you. Those who wanted a larger radar, well, here you go. It's probably going to cut part of my head off, but that's okay. When the chat is up, I only see half your face. Well, trust me, you don't need to see my face at all. It is a very scary face. But I can fix that, most likely. So again, main issue, severe storm moving through Angleton right now. Hail core is about to arrive in town. That'll continue southeast towards Richwood, Lake Jackson, Oyster Creek, Jones Creek, Freeport, Surfside Beach, Hoskins. The potential for golf ball to baseball size hail, winds over 75 miles per hour. All this activity in southeast Texas, mostly behaving with the exception of the thunderstorm near Mont Bellevue down to Baytown to Beach City. We'll zoom in on that real quick. You can see it is moving east. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain, small hail, strong winds. And then the very big, bad, very mad, unhappy supercell that's down here near Angleton, moving towards Lake Jackson, Freeport, Surfside Beach, southwest sides of lower Galveston Island. And now we're getting a bunch of reports of like a tornado in Angleton. I have not seen that yet, but definitely the wind is quite strong. Regardless of tornado, hurricane force winds, it's an ouchies. Again, it doesn't take, just because we have a hook echo, doesn't mean we have a tornado. Trust me, that's why we have the velocity data. There's nothing that indicates we have a tornado. Hurricane force winds, very bad. And folks, there's not a debris ball in Angleton. So, going back to the thing without the chat. And again, nasty hurricane force winds, the potential for very large hail. The hail thing's about to move into Danbury, Angleton now. And again, we have no tornado warnings. There is no tornadoes, but there is a dangerous situation Lake Jackson up to Angleton to Danbury, with the potential for hurricane force straight line winds and baseball size hail. Had a report of a 62 mile an hour wind gust in Highlands in Harris County from 5:57. So again, that was over by Channelview when I was talking about it. Otherwise, the only other severe storm besides this one near Cove to Beach City is the very, very unhappy supercell down in Danbury to Angleton. In fact, the winds in Angleton are probably about to get stronger on the backside of the storm. The worst of the hail looks like it is passing just northeast of town. It's going to be close. It's moving closer to Danbury on Highway 35. That'll be making its way towards Hoskins in the next several minutes. We thank everyone for their reports. Please don't go outside and look at the hail while the hail is falling. If you want to send pictures of hail, hey, we appreciate it. Try to measure it with a ruler or compare it with a common item. But do not do it while the hail is falling, please. Hey, Radar, you want to load? Apparently it hates me. Not a surprise. Alright, so again, we'll just do this so y'all can see the loop. I'll turn off the lightning data because, well, I think we all know there's plenty of lightning at this point. The Brazoria County Airport, which I mentioned earlier, did report a 66 mile an hour wind gust at 6:22 p.m. That's a couple miles south of Angleton. So again, yeah, 65 to 75 mile an hour winds to 80 mile an hour winds. Yeah. Had a report 3 miles northwest of Angleton of a handheld anemometer measurement of 70 miles an hour. Who the heck was standing outside in a hailstorm measuring winds handheld? Come on, people, use common sense. That's not a good idea, to stand outside in the middle of a thunderstorm with a little handheld anemometer trying to measure the wind. I mean, yes, people do it in a hurricane, but you know what? A hurricane, you're not liable to get struck by lightning. I mean, you're liable to be impaled by debris, but not lightning, which this thing has plenty of. Nevertheless, we now know there's at least 70 mile an hour winds around Angleton right now because someone thought it was a good idea to go stand outside and measure it. Got a report of quarter-size hail 3 miles northwest of Angleton from the fire department. So, at least quarter-size hail.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles northwest of Angleton in Brazoria County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by fire department/rescue.
Okay, so, I mean, if quarter-size hail is the largest we get, hey, you know what? That's a good day for folks. It could be bigger, but we'll see. Hopefully it's not. But for all intent and purposes, Angleton, you're in the middle of a tropical storm or hurricane with wind-driven hail. Merry Christmas. This storm will be moving southeast towards Hoskins, I really think it is going to stay north of Freeport. Freeport, you are going to get in on on these stronger winds on the on the flanking line, but you're going to miss out on hail. Highest hail threat going to be moving towards areas northeast of Surfside Beach, southwest of Jamaica Beach, and towards Danbury. And then as we continue up into southeast Texas, severe storm now east of Baytown, moving towards Winnie. And the word I cannot pronounce for the life of me today, so I'm not going to try, but it's Anahuac. There you go, it's Christmas. No, it's not. And then you can see we just have showers and thunderstorms galore across the Golden Triangle. It's pouring, it's storming, there's some gusty winds, nothing besides the 2 storms I just mentioned that are severe, but we do have a flash flood warning around the Lumberton area, northwest of Beaumont. Otherwise, let's switch back to the state view. We'll turn off satellite data, or at least switch it over to something that is a little more appropriate for nighttime. There you go. You can see what we've got going on over the last little while. I'll just zoom into the storms down here. And again, we are expecting the potential for some severe storms this evening into tonight into South Texas. The coastal bend into Saturday morning. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to take a small break. Stream's not going anywhere, but I'm going to take about a... let's do an update at 6:45. We'll be back sooner. Otherwise, we'll have the radars on. We'll have the audio alerts and the chat on. And we'll be back at 6:45, sooner if needed, for our next severe weather update.
Texas local storm report from 3 miles north-northeast of Angleton in Brazoria County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by public. Texas local storm report from 4 miles south-southeast of Bailey's Prairie in Brazoria County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 66 miles per hour. Reported by official NWSOBS.
Ken Perkins, this is not heading to San Antonio, Texas. Nothing coming to San Antonio, Texas. Maybe in a few hours, we'll have some of the stuff coming up from Mexico across the border now come your way.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Brazoria and Galveston County in Texas.
Well, that was ample timing, wasn't it? Good afternoon. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David Reimer. It's 6:45. We've got a severe thunderstorm moving off the upper Texas coast near Hoskins. This thunderstorm did end up producing damage around the Brazoria County Fairgrounds, power lines and trees down just southeast of Angleton, and a 66-mile-an-hour wind gust in Angleton, along with golf ball-size hail reported. So good news is this storm wasn't dropping baseballs, but it sure was dropping those large hailstones and the strong winds. Good news also, the Weather Service has let the severe thunderstorm warning east of Baytown expire, so that storm is no longer severe. And that means once this final storm is off the upper Texas coast, we're going to be done with severe weather warnings for a little bit, which is always nice to see. But again, this severe thunderstorm currently still has to move across portions of southern Galveston Island, Jamaica Beach, down northeast of Freeport. This will be staying north of Freeport, though Freeport itself could be getting some strong winds. Thank you for meteorologist Jason Cooley for handling some of those questions while I was out and about. I was actually in the process of mailing some of y'all's bumper stickers that you've ordered. So I'll continue to do that. So, by the way, if you want to order some stickers, some shirts, I'm mailing them tonight. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can actually just do it by clicking the little box below this video. Or go to our website and click on store. And actually, it's on Facebook too. So, yeah. Anyway, this storm, once it moves off the coast here in the next few minutes, we're going to be done with that, which will be nice. But again, we had up to golf ball size hail reported in Angleton. We've had reports of wind damage at the fairgrounds in Brazoria County and a wind gust of 66 miles per hour. Otherwise, we are going to be kind of done with severe storms for a while, I think. Outside of what's going on here, we'll switch back to the regional view. I'm going to switch on the radar. I'm going to turn off the satellite. I might actually be able to go eat some dinner. Oh, yay! Let me turn off the hail icons because, well, let's be honest here. A little filling of the screen. Storms in the Edwards Plateau, well, they were gone. Now we have a couple firing up again between Del Rio and Eagle Pass. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Camera, must you not focus on my face? Do I need to just push a button that tells you to motion with me? Probably. That's okay. Oh, did I say the severe storm was gone? Or is that a warning about to literally come out now? I think it was just a warning coming out. Okay, so outside of what's in the Edwards Plateau, which we'll look at in a minute, the severe storm now southeast of Angleton. Angleton, you're about to get another storm. It is not severe, but it has some lightning, heavy rain, gusty winds. The severe storm now east of Baytown, about to move into the Double Bayou, southwest of Monroe City, into Anahuac. Thank you, by the way, to Els on Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it. I really don't care for that. Anahuac. I need to just put that on a poster in front of me and have it ready. We do this a couple times a year, and I always forget. Anahuac. So again, strong storm over Anahuac down to Double Bayou, moving east towards Monroe City, Winnie, High Island. It's not even severe, to be honest with you. It's got small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. We got plenty of scattered showers and some thunderstorms underway across the Golden Triangle this afternoon this evening. Again, cloud to ground lightning, some heavy rain. The threat of severe weather is decreasing now. I think we're about done with the big hail, strong winds issue once this storm near Jamaica Beach down to Surfside Beach moves off into the Gulf of Mexico. And then you can see we actually have an outflow boundary moving southwest. And that is helping spark off some more storms in the Golden Triangle, some rain. Otherwise, honestly, it just feels like a summer day with sea breeze storms. Once we're done with this potent supercell that's moving off the coast, it's really just going to feel like a sea breeze storm day for about another 2 hours. Then things will be dwindling. Farther to the west, you can see the coastal plains, quiet now. And the only other storms we have going, one particularly nasty supercell in Mexico, southwest of Laredo. I don't know why it is showing Anahuac down in Mexico. Well, that's interesting, but that storm well into Mexico. It's about 50 miles southwest of Laredo. On its trajectory, I guess technically it is kind of moving towards Zapata. We're being realistic here. It's making its way towards Zapata. So we'll have to watch it, but it's still probably 2 hours away. And we've got some storms trying to pop around Eagle Pass again. Those, for the moment, remain behaved. Maybe with some small hail. Although the hail threat could increase. We'll have to keep an eye on it. Those may be our next candidates for severe thunderstorm warnings. The one storm southwest of Spofford, northwest of the Eagle Pass Airport, towards Quamato, north of Normandy, and then the storm that is in northern Mexico, that is about 10 to 15 miles south of Eagle Pass, about to move into Maverick County. So, otherwise, the only other severe storm and in Mexico at this point, which we'll look at, because I want to show you the 3-body scatter spike, is this thing near Sabanas. Check out that beam you see going out from the storm. No, that's not a conspiracy theorist. That is the radar beam being deflected back and forth to the radar many extra times, tricking the radar into thinking there's actually something there because of all the hailstones and ice aloft the radar beam's hitting. That's called a 3-body scatter spike. If I show you the debris tracker, you can see it looks like that. And you can see the radar thinks this thing has softball size hail. It probably does. And the rotation aloft with this storm, there's probably a tornado down here, if I'm being honest with you, near Sabanas, Mexico. Again, 50 miles southwest of Laredo. Actually, I'm sorry, it's 50 miles southwest of Eagle Pass. It's generally moving towards Laredo. It's about 100 miles west of Laredo. We'll see if it actually makes it. And then down here in the Rio Grande Valley, I need to see which radar is closest to this storm, near Zapata, in the radar hole of doom. Boy, is the closest radar really 100 miles away? Good grief. You can see this storm. I broke the radar. West of Zapata, this is generally moving towards Zapata and could bring hail in about 1 to 2 hours. Currently, it is 30 miles west of Zapata, and it's moving east probably at 20 to 30, so we're going to have to watch for that. That could have some big hail, strong winds when it approaches the international border around 8 p.m. We'll keep an eye on it. Otherwise, up in parts of the Panhandle, North Texas, we've got nothing going on, some scattered showers. So, again, with the exception of what we have going on down here in southeast Texas, one severe storm moving off the coast near Jamaica Beach. That could have golf ball size hail southeast of Hopkins down to lower Galveston Island over the next 10 to 15 minutes as it moves offshore. The potential for winds up to 70 miles per hour. There are no other severe thunderstorms in the state at this point, which means we are going to take a bit of a break. So if you're watching on Facebook, you're welcome to join us over on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, or just head over to TexasStormChasers.com. It'll be the top article there on the homepage, along with the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. It's a really good app. You can get your own local weather forecast, interactive weather radars, so you can keep an eye on what's going on near you or across the country. We've got this live coverage going. We've got other storm chasing videos, and you can get notified when we're doing coverage and videos. So with that being said, we will be keeping an eye on things. But if you're watching on anything but the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel, we're going to turn it off for now. But the Weather Center YouTube channel, we're going to keep this thing going all evening. We'll be back on other platforms if needed later on. Otherwise, thank you for watching. God bless. And again, we're going to stay live on the Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. That's kind of our 24/7 weather channel now, so fact, I'm building a rig over here just to do that. Like I said, we've got upgrades coming. I would hope so. I had to spend $3,000 on upgrade parts last month. For those of you who may watch us for a long time, you may know I've talked about the computer I use before. I was using a i7-12700K with a 2080 Ti NVIDIA graphics card. Well, we've got a 14900K now. I got on sale. That's the only reason I got it versus, say, a 13900KS or a K. It was on sale. There's really no difference in terms of performance between the 13th and 14th gen processors. And a 4080 Super, which is what I was waiting for to get a better price on. So, yeah, I upgraded. It was expensive. I'm very sad about it still. Okay, so let's turn off the Facebook feed, the X feed, the Twitch feed. We're going to stay here on the YouTube Center feed. The YouTube Center feed? Oh, sweet mama mercy. I guess that technically does describe it, but we're just going to let the radar loop for a while. And we'll keep it going. But honestly, we may not have much to talk about for about 45 minutes, which I would be okay with. It'll let me get dinner. So we'll do that. We'll head over. We'll let the chat play. We'll let the music play. We'll keep an eye on things here. Thank you for watching. Video will keep going.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Kinney and Maverick County in Texas.
Oh, y'all remember how I said that storm may go severe? Well, it went severe. Good news. Alright, so let's plan on 7:45 for an update. We'll be back sooner. I'm going to take this time to make some dinner, but again, we'll be back sooner if needed. Stream's not going anywhere. We'll be watching. San Antonio has a low risk for severe storms tonight. Honestly, it looks like everything will probably stay south of San Antonio in terms of hail, strong winds. There'll probably be some scattered showers and storms Saturday morning, but in terms of hail, less likely now. We'll see tomorrow afternoon into Sunday morning, though. Baton Rouge, gonna have some. You might have some storms tonight and tomorrow, but otherwise, there's really nothing going on around there right now. You may have some storms rolling from the west with a limited risk for some small hail, gusty winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Maverick County in Texas.
job on the coverage, man, and keeping it going on TWC. That's awesome. I've got TikTok also running on Mini that has been working like a charm. you'll notice that storm on the Mexico side of the border west of Zapata is turned right. It's turned more to the southeast. So it may entirely miss the USA.
Alright, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Boldy-in-Chief, yet not visible, David Reimer. Coming up to 7:40 now on Friday evening, the 15th of March. We're monitoring a few severe thunderstorms across portions of northern Mexico that are approaching the international border in the Edwards Plateau and the Rio Grande Plains, south of Del Rio to south of Eagle Pass to near Zapata. Specifically, the most imminent threat and the most hazardous storm appears to be the one west of Zapata at this moment. Now, in terms of good news for us, it looks like that storm west of Zapata has turned right and is moving more to the southeast. Thus, if it continues on that track, it will likely remain west of the international border for a while now. Further north, we do have a severe thunderstorm about 10 miles south of El Indio, or specifically about 20 to 25 miles south of Eagle Pass. That storm could have a bit of quarter-size hail. Otherwise, the severe storms that were in southeast Texas and the Golden Triangle have moved off the coast or into Louisiana. We're left with scattered showers and a few thunderstorms in southeast Texas. In the Golden Triangle, severe thunderstorms are unlikely there for the remainder of the evening, and we'll see conditions beginning to dry out over the next 2 to 3 hours there. Otherwise, we'll pop on a graphic here. A mesoscale, well, apparently not. I was going to show you a discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. They indicate a new severe thunderstorm watch will likely be issued at some point in the next hour or two for the Edwards Plateau, places like Del Rio, down to Uvalde, to Crystal City, Laredo, over to Zapata and Heberonville, for the potential of scattered severe thunderstorms overnight into Saturday morning. At this point, it continues to look like San Antonio will remain mostly quiet for the night, with sinking air behind these storms earlier this afternoon. Main issue tonight with storms moving in from Mexico into the Edwards Plateau and the Rio Grande Plains will be the potential for quarter to tennis ball size hail and wind gusts of 60 to 75 miles per hour. Heavy rainfall is also expected. We'll keep an eye on things. I am going to eat my burrito now. We'll try to do a on-screen update here at about 8 o'clock. I just wanted to give y'all an update since I had said 7:45, but then it took longer to make the burrito. So we'll keep an eye on things, otherwise remain relatively quiet across the state early this evening.
Thank you very much for that report. Vanquished time.
A severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for the Edwards Plateau until 3 a.m. Saturday. Why, yippity 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 doo, ladies and gentlemen, I say, what's up with you? It is Friday evening. I'm in a comfy shirt now because I just ate some dinner, so sorry for being less formal, but at this point, if you expect formality, you're probably watching the wrong channel. Coming up to 8 p.m. now on Friday the 15th of March, 2024, we are monitoring scattered showers that will be ending in the Golden Triangle of far southeast Texas shortly. Rain is moving out of Houston. Clouds are starting to clear, and it will be mostly dry the remainder of the night in southeast Texas. We're watching a few supercells about 30 to 50 miles west of the international border in Mexico. Those storms, at least the most intense storms, are remaining on the Mexico side of the border, and it looks like it's going to stay that way for a while. They keep turning further south, which prevents them from moving east across the border into the Rio Grande Plains. We do note a couple of strong storms in portions of Maverick County up to southeast of Del Rio. One little shower going up very near Del Rio right now on the east sides of town out by Laughlin Air Force Base. At this point, nothing that screams significant problems. There are no severe weather warnings in the state of Texas. We'll zoom out and let you see the rest of the state. A couple of light showers in North Texas. We are expecting an uptick in some rain overnight. So let's go ahead, take a look at what we expect for the remainder of this evening into Saturday morning. To do that, we're going to press a couple of buttons. I'm going to press a few more buttons. And we're going to press that button, we're going to press that button, we're going to press that button, and eventually we'll stop pressing buttons, and what you'll get to see is the high-res rapid refresh model for today, tonight, into tomorrow morning. Now, we're going to load it for 9 o'clock because, well, here, let's do this. It's 8 o'clock now. Let's see how this model's doing. Really, it's not doing too bad. You can see it has the storm southeast Texas pretty well. Yeah, the storm in southeast Texas is off the coast, but it's within like 20 miles of the coast, so the model's doing okay. The storms in Mexico and a couple light showers around San Antonio, Austin, those aren't really there, but we'll deal with it. All right, so let us go through 10 a.m. What we're going to do is I'm going to let this data load. And before it plays the animation, I'm going to let it load. We have a new severe thunderstorm watch that is now in effect through 3 a.m. Saturday. Oh, yay! For the Edwards Plateau. That includes places like Del Rio, Laredo, Eagle Pass, to Zapata to McAllen. East, roughly. Well, I'll just show you the watch in a minute. How about that? We'll play the animation now. Maybe. In about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Close enough. I'm not waiting any longer. Here's the animation for radar tonight. Well, for tonight into Saturday morning. You can see we're going to see a couple of scattered showers and storms increase later this evening. They are going to try to make it into South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains. You see that we're still looking like we're going to have a little cluster across South Texas, move towards the lower Texas coast. Early Saturday morning, the strongest of those storms could have hail, strong winds, heavy rainfall, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. But you also note we're expecting scattered showers and maybe a few storms Saturday morning before dawn across the Permian Basin, West Texas, the Edwards Plateau, as our next wave of upper-level lift arrives from the west. Those scattered showers and thunderstorms will move into the Panhandle, the West Texas region, the Permian Basin, the Concho Valley, the Hill Country, Central Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, North Texas, the Brazos Valley, South Texas, the Coastal Plains, through about lunchtime tomorrow, really. So just pretty much a lot of Texas. We'll have the chance for some rain overnight into Saturday morning. Not everyone's going to get wet. The severe weather risk will be mostly low, except south of Interstate 10 in South Texas, where some more rambunctious storms with hail and strong winds will be possible in the morning. Otherwise, we're just going to continue monitoring the storms that are sitting west of the international border in northern Mexico and wait until they decide to come and visit us. And until that happens, well, we're just going to be watching and waiting. Okay, let me show the severe weather watch. I had to press another button for this. What I need to do is program a macro for this like I do the radar data, but, you know, I'm special. I procrastinate, so meh. We'll press that, we'll press that, we'll press that, we'll press this, and zoopity-doopity-doopity-doo. Here we go, a severe weather watch for you until 3 a.m. Saturday morning for the Edwards Plateau, the Rio Grande Plains, into a bit of South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley. This does include Eagle Pass to Crystal City to Cotulla, east to San Diego and Alice, Texas, through Freer, down 83 through Laredo, Zapata, all the way east to McAllen, north on 281 to Fafares, I messed that up, and Alice. And again, this will be a watch through 3 a.m. Saturday morning. There are no other watches. And again, pressing the magical super duper awesome blossom, hey, I can make up marketing terms too, button. You can see as the sun sets and we say night-night to daytime satellite data, you can see our thunderstorms in northern Mexico, and then what was the messy situation in southeast Texas earlier coming to an end, and for all intent and purposes, giving us a bit of breathing room. So again, we'll be staying here through the evening into Saturday morning, waiting for storms to make it across the international border into South Texas, or just develop in South Texas later this evening. Until then, we remain quiet across the state of Texas with mostly pleasant weather conditions, even if it is cloudy. All right, that'll be it for the update for now. We're going to be keeping an eye on things. Really, there's not much to talk about for now. So we'll keep the Weather Center stream going. We're not streaming anywhere else right now except our mobile app. So we'll plan on having an update by 9 p.m. at the latest. Sooner if needed. Otherwise, we're just waiting to see when we're going to be dealing with some more hailers in portions of the Edwards Plateau, Rio Grande Valley, South Texas. And here's the severe weather outlook for the remainder of tonight. You can see the highest chance in the Edwards Plateau, maybe San Antonio, maybe not. And otherwise, we're just going to have to wait and see. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building-in-Chief David Reimer. We'll be keeping an eye on things here with you as we continue through the evening hours. as I work on shipping some of the orders y'all have ordered from our store this evening, answer your question, yes, the cell southwest of Laredo in northern Mexico is rotating. It is a supercell thunderstorm, probably producing big-time hail, but it also keeps moving further south, keeping it in Mexico and not in the United States. It is most definitely a supercell thunderstorm. Good evening. It is about 9 o'clock now on this, the 15th of March 2024. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Building-in-Chief David Reimer. Refresh the camera source here. There we go. I moved the camera. We're monitoring a cluster of severe thunderstorms across portions of Mexico this evening. The closest storm to Texas is still on the Mexico side of the international border. It's about 15 miles in. It is moving south. It's that storm southwest of Zapata. Unless something weird happens, I don't think that one's going to be making it into the state. But I'm more concerned with these storms that are about due west of Laredo right now. Those storms are currently sitting about 25 to 35 miles west of the international border, west of Laredo. They are beginning to move a little more to the southeast versus south, which tends to happen when they start to grow upscale into a complex of thunderstorms, and high-resolution weather model data generally indicated that would happen. So what we're expecting is over the next couple of hours, those storms are probably going to try to make their way towards Zapata. and they could be severe when they enter the state in an hour, or, well, more likely 2 hours, so closer to maybe 11 o'clock, maybe 10:30 to 11. The potential for some hail, strong winds. The tornado threat is very, very low. I'm not really too concerned about a tornado issue this evening. A brief weak tornado can't be ruled out, but strong winds, hail, heavy rain will be the main issue with these thunderstorms as they progress to the south-southeast this evening, and eventually we will probably see some of these storms move into the Texas side of the Edwards Plateau, the Rio Grande Plains, and into portions of South Texas before moving towards the lower Texas Gulf Coast Saturday morning. So again, we are probably going to remain mostly quiet for another hour or two, but we'll be monitoring for any storms that develop in the Edwards Plateau or the Rio Grande Plains that can become severe, or if we have to wait for these storms on the Mexico side of the international border to make their way further to the east. So I'm trying to decide if I just want to end this stream. We'll just keep the radar stream going. I mean, it doesn't hurt anything. So we'll just keep this thing going on the Weather Center channel, the app, and the website. But again, it's going to be mostly quiet for the next probably 90 to 120 minutes. That being said, we are seeing lightning strikes down into portions of South Texas well ahead of these thunderstorms. Let me see if I can get the lightning data to turn on here. I'll turn off satellite data so you can see. You might be able to see we do have lightning almost as far east as Hebronville from these thunderstorms, even though they are well inside Mexico. So again, lightning occurring up to 60 miles away from these thunderstorms, which could actually start wildfires in South Texas, given the fact it's pretty dry. But again, our storms, in terms of us having to deal with severe weather around Zapata, probably still 2 hours away. We're going to be watching those storms that are due west of Laredo as they continue to track southeast this evening. The storm southwest of Zapata does appear like it is going to try to remain in Mexico unless it turns further east. But again, we'll just keep an eye on things. Tornado threat tonight, very, very low. Hail and strong wind gust, along with plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning and localized flooding, will be the main issue tonight across the Rio Grande Plains. Outside of that, we do not expect much in the way of severe weather. Can't rule it out a little further north in places like Del Rio to San Antonio to Victoria overnight, but the threat is much, much lower, as the atmosphere generally remains kind of stable after storms earlier today. So regardless, best chance for more substantial severe storms, golf ball to tennis ball size hail, wind gust up to 75 miles an hour, maybe a brief tornado, will be with these storms on the Mexico side of the international border, and any new development we see later tonight in the Rio Grande Plains, Laredo over to Hebronville to Kingsville down to Raymondville, McAllen, Rio Grande City over to Zapata. So again, we'll keep an eye on it, but for now, we do remain relatively quiet. We'll keep the stream going. I'm sitting here keeping an eye on things, just working on chores. So we'll keep an eye on things. We'll be here when you need us.